everybody. My name is Artur Ritman, and I'm glad to be part of this session.
Good afternoon, Mr. Arthur. Welcome to the session. We'll just wait for the other panelists and we'll join in we'll start the session on time, please.
Very good, thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Palmer. Good afternoon, Mr. Stephen.
Good afternoon. Hello.
Morning, good afternoon. This is Arfan Chowdhury from the UK Space Agency. Can anyone hear or see me?
G'day, I can hear you. I can see you too.
Hi, is that James?
It is. How are you, mate? Nice to meet you.
Yeah, very good to meet you as well. I know we connected on LinkedIn as well, and I know we'll have some follow-ups, I'm sure.
Sure.
Good. And Arta, is that you there as well? I'm just doing the quick introductions.
Yes, absolutely. Yes.
Hi, good to meet you as well.
Yeah, good to meet you too. I'm glad to be part of this session.
So am I. As I say, I'm not sure what time is it where you are. We have a sort of 09:30 start here. I'm not sure where you are and what time.
Yeah, I'm here in Estonia, and it's nearly 11:30 here.
Okay. And I think, James, I'm wondering, it's probably evening time for you there, if I've got my time zones correct.
Yeah, that's right. It's we're on the east coast of Australia in far north Queensland in Cairns. It's 6:22 p.m.
Okay, that's not too bad. As I say, I've had a number of meetings with Five Eyes colleagues where it's helpful for the UK to be on Greenwich Mean Time because it's either Australia or New Zealand or Canada that have to suffer the indignity of an early morning or a late night start.
Yes, very much so. I agree wholeheartedly.
Hi, is that? I can't see. Is that pronounced Gula? Can you hear us? You're on mute.
Hello?
Hi, how are you?
Hear me?
We can hear and see you. Can you hear us?
Hello?
Hi, Gula, we can hear and see you. I'm not sure if you can hear us.
Yes, yep, I can. Yep.
Excellent. Good
Yeah.
morning, good afternoon, or it might be good evening where you are.
Good evening. Yeah.
Hi, good evening, Gula.
Yeah, I just came home and I hope my internet connection will work smoothly.
I hope so too. Good. Let me introduce myself. I'm Arfan Chowdhury. I'm the International Director at the UK Space Agency.
Nice meeting you.
Good. And I think we have another colleague. I'm not sure if that's Soundar or on the call as well.
Soundar Rajan from Lakshmi Machine Works. I am in the next panel, then I'm just attending this program. And nice to see you. I am from Coimbatore LMW.
Okay, excellent. Good to see.
Thank you.
Well, thank you.
Should I introduce myself as well? Or are we waiting for more?
Yeah, I think we're just waiting for a few others. I'm always nervous with the technology. We're talking about space capability and interactions there, and yet we sometimes have difficulty in getting comms on Earth.
Yeah, exactly. That's why we need space for faster internet.
Well, absolutely. That will be my message as well. But, you know, if we turn space off, what are all the things on Earth we can't do?
Exactly. And I think even Elon Musk now, he's also doing a lot for the communication.
Yeah.
Australia just had the new bandwidth. What was it again? The internet
Yeah.
provider. Yeah.
So part of my comment will be that engagement between industry and government and how they can work together. And we're seeing increased commercialization of space. And how do we ensure that the government role is there to support and engage, but equally managing the risks as well and ensuring that there is appropriate governance in place as well. So, you know, using an American term, it doesn't become the Wild West.
And eventually making everything easy for people.
Absolutely. And I think that's the other two. I agree. And I think two issues. One, the benefit of humanity on Earth, but then also the exploration aspects of it. I think are going to be crucial. I'm just seeing, hopefully our CII colleagues are there as well. Excellent. So I'm going to stop talking now and I'm going to mute myself.
We're just waiting for the moderator session chairperson to join in. Okay, Mr. Somnath is also here. So we still have 4 minutes to start the session. We'll start only on time. Good afternoon, sir. We have all the panelists who have joined in. We're just waiting for one panelist, which is still to join, Mr. Nitish. Okay, he has also joined. So we have all the panelists who have logged in now. Are we good to go? Since we have 4 minutes still to start the session, I think we'll start only on time now. Ms. Fuller. Sure.
Hello.
Hello. 嗯。 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 Hello
Unmute you.
A very good afternoon to one and all, and good morning, good evening to everybody joining us across the globe. A very warm welcome to all the participants and speakers to Day 3 of the International Space Conference and Exhibition being organized by Confederation of Indian Industry in association with the Indian Space Research Organization, New Space India Limited, and Antrix Corporation Limited. Before we begin with the session, I would request all the speakers to kindly keep their mics on mute and unmute while speaking. The first session of the Day 3 is Increasing Global Partnership in Space Sector, Explore as One. The session will be chaired by Shri S. Somanath, Distinguished Scientist and Director, Vikram Sarabhai Space Center, ISRO. Shri S. Somanath presently functions as the Director, VSSC, the lead center responsible for launch vehicle technology development. He has been the Director of Liquid Propulsion Systems Center at Valaimala, Thiruvananthapuram till December 2017. He was the Associate Director of Projects of Vikram Sarabhai Space Center and also the Project Director of GSLV Mk3 launch vehicle. Under his leadership as the Project Director, the first experimental flight of LVM-3X CARE mission was successfully accomplished on 18th of December 2014. Shri Somanath is an expert in the area of system engineering of launch vehicles. He also conceived and executed the first-time launches of commercial mini satellites and developed small satellite mounting and separation systems, which have successfully deployed many commercial satellites in PSLV. Our other esteemed speakers for the session today are Mr. M. Sankaran, Director, URSC. Mr. Sankaran took over as Director of UR Rao Satellite Center, the lead center in the country for design, development, and realization of all satellites of ISRO on June 1st, 2021. He is currently leading satellite fraternity to realize various types of satellites to meet the national requirements in the areas like communication, navigation, remote sensing, meteorology, and interplanetary exploration. Before taking over as Director, URSC, he was functioning as Deputy Director for Communication and Power Systems area in URSC and spearheading the developments. Moving on to our next speaker for today, Dr. Narayan Prasad, who's COO SatSurge Co. Dr. Narayan Prasad is the Chief Operating Officer at SatSurge and also serves as a partner to Space Park Kerala, a Government of Kerala initiative to develop a dedicated space economy hub in India. He previously served as an Associate Research Fellow at the European Space Policy Institute, where he contributed to enhancing cooperation between Europe and India in space. Moving on to our next speaker, Mr. Shaju Stephen, Chairman and Managing Director, Adya Aerospace. Mr. Stephen is an investor and mentor of Teverge Technology Solutions, Bangalore, which focuses on identity management and home automation. Our next speaker is Mr. Nitish K. Singh, who's co-founder and CEO, Astrogate Labs. Mr. Nitish finished his aerospace engineering degree from Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur in 2014. He started his career in space technology at Team Indus, where he led the mission, planning and operations team and contributed in the capacity of space scientist engineer for the sole Indian entrant in the Google Lunar X Prize mission. He's currently functioning as the co-founder and CEO of Astrogate Labs. We'll move on to our next speaker for today, Ms. Gyula Kosak, founder and CEO, Spaceless. Ms. Gyula is a founder and CEO, Spaceless, and Spaceless was formed in 2020 by its founder and CEO, Gyula, aiming at the design of solar cells that can be used in future space missions such as Artemis and Lunar Ascent, as these plastic solar cells will be fabricated to be highly stable in harsh environments, having ultra lightweight architecture, radiation, and heat resistance and printability. Moving on to our next speaker for today, Mr. James Palmer, who's founder, Space Centre Australia. Mr. Palmer is a distinguished career, includes service as a qualified submariner in the Royal Australian Navy Submarine Service, and he has returned from active duty from the Middle East in 2002. Mr. Palmer is a chartered engineering executive leader with 15 years of success in engineering within the space industry sector and defense industry. He has worked in engineering management and headed up development and deployment of satellite systems in the US and Australia. He has also managed installation of broadband communications ground stations for Australia's national broadband network. We'll move on to our next speaker, Mr. Arfan Chaudhry, who's International Director, UK Space Agency. Mr. Chaudhry joined the UK Space Agency as the head of international policy and was responsible for developing the agency's policy for international interventions, which aim to maximize benefits in trade, security, science, and wider policy issues such as climate change. In June 2021, he was appointed as the International Director at the UK Space Agency, responsible for international engagements through multilateral and bilateral frameworks, capturing the wider societal benefits of space programs and harnessing the inspirational effect of space for skills and education. Our next speaker for today is Dr. Arthur Jutman, Managing Director, Testonica Lab, OU. Dr. Arthur received his MSc and PhD degrees in computer engineering from Tallinn University of Technology, Estonia in 1999 and 2004 respectively. Since 2005, Dr. Jutman manages R&D projects and services in the field of manufacturing testing, debug, and diagnostics at Testonica Lab. His research interests include fault health management, embedded instrumentation, board system test, and defect modeling. We have with us our next panelist, Mr. CJ Fong. Mr. Fong is the Formosat 3 Program Director and Formosat 7 Cosmic 2 Program Systems Lead of National Space Organization, National Applied Research Laboratory, Taiwan. He leads a system team to develop a 6-spacecraft constellation mission for global GNSS radio occultation mission for meteorology, ionosphere, and climate. He received his BSEE, MSEE, and PhD degree in electrophysics and electro-optical engineering from National Chiaoteng University, Taiwan in 1983, 85, and 2009, respectively. He's a member of IEEE, AIAA, OSA, APS, AASRC, and Phi-Tau-Phi. With this, I would now like to invite Shri S. Somanath, who's a distinguished scientist and director, Vikram Sarabhai Space Center, for his opening remarks, and would request him to kindly take the session forward. Sir, you're on mute.
Thank you, Payal, for the introduction. Hope I'm audible there.
Yes.
Okay. So good afternoon to all of you. Sometimes it may be good evening, somewhere else. Good morning, wherever it is. So welcome to this session. This is a very interesting session as part of the International Space Conference and Exhibition organized by CII. In this particular session, we have the theme increasing global partnership in space sector, explore as one. So this being an interesting theme, and also we have almost 9 panelists to speak, and our time is limited, 1 hour, 15 minutes. So I will first request each of the session members to limit within the time frame that can be allotted in this duration. And coming to my opening remarks, so let me first put the theme rolling, as all of we would have already discussed and ideated on this topic. First and foremost is about what the international cooperation in terms of global partnership, what Indian Space Research Organization is engaged. I think there has been a history of long-term engagement with various institutions, spacefaring nations, organizations, as well as space agencies in creating large number of agreements, MOUs. They are numbering almost 260 with 60 nations and 5 multinational bodies. And very, very key activities have taken place in the historical perspective with respect to France, Japan, Russia, USA, Germany. And if I look back on each of them, starting from the first sounding rocket launch in Indian Space Research Organization, long back in 60s, to what is happening today, they were all aimed at in bringing certain amount of technology or the capability to this part of the country, develop systems. And later time, it became a joint exploration of various topics, which includes missions like Chandrayaan-1, where some of the payloads from other agencies were hosted. We also look at technology transfers. We also looked at building some systems together, like what we are trying to build with the USA in the NISR capability. There were also joint explorations of various specific topics of interest, which includes climate change, measurements in atmosphere, upper atmosphere, also looking at technologies like developing K-band propagation experiment, etc., etc. So all of these were of a certain nature in terms of global involvement in the space program of this country. We also later time in the history, we have seen that how to help in countries which are not so developed in space capability to build this capability, which includes building small satellite, developing capacity building in the space sector, especially training people from various countries in making use of the space resources and exploiting them, especially remote sensing data utilization. And also there is a UN center now, CSSTEP, which benefited almost 3,000 officials from more than 100 nations. So this has been going on, and we also built a satellite which is called the South Asian Satellite, which was specifically for this region and the countries which were surrounding this nation. So this was the type of engagement and cooperation which existed. But in the changing times, I think there is a very important need to look at it in a very different context, especially when you talk about global partnership is never one directional, it is bi-directional. I think the parties who are participating in this, maybe it is Indian Space Research Organization or yet another agency who is coming in, must be mutually beneficial to them. The whole process can be looked at from a technology perspective, where you are trying to bring this partnership in terms of enhancing technology capability in one region, making use of what has been done elsewhere, or you are bringing in new technologies in the domain of manufacturing, market exploration and enhancement. Then also bringing in certain legislation and capability, so that what we are talking in the new space regime, that is trying to build the space ecosystem in this country by engaging launch vehicle development, spacecraft development, application development, this part of the country in the private sector. This requires a different style of engagement with the global partners. It can be with the agencies, whatever has been going on till now, but now we need to engage this partnership with industries who are the real torch bearers of this technology in countries outside India, and how these industries can come over to this part, and what type of framework of global partnership engagement has to be set in this part of the country, so that this movement of industries from across the globe to India and vice versa can happen. How the Indian subcontinent can become a manufacturing hub for space technologies that can really benefit the whole globe. So these are the type of questions that are being raised. I also know that many of these panelists are having very good views on it, so I won't really get into what all of this has to be told today. So because of the paucity of time, let me first ask each of the panelists to speak their important ideas, and then towards the end, we can summarize, sum up on what has been transpired, so that we'll be really able to make use of the available time to us. So without any much explanation on the theme further, so let me invite Sri M. Shankaran, Director of URSC, to have his views on this theme.
Thank you, Somnath. Greetings to the chairperson, fellow panelists, and other members who are participating in this session of this International Space Conference and Exhibition 2021, co-hosted by CAI, ISRO, ENSEL, and Antrix. See, as the chair of this session mentioned, the history of the journey of ISRO itself started as exploration of the international cooperation, be it the Nike Apache rocket, which was flown, which started the rocketry work in India in 1962, or the SITE experiment, which was done in 1976, which started the satellite technology and the application of satellite technology through the help of the ATS-6 satellite. These are nothing but the fruits of the international cooperation, and ISRO has been following this trend throughout its history. There are a number of examples like the payloads in Saral, Megatropics, or OceanSat-3, or the upcoming NSR and Chandrayaan-1. Announcement of opportunity for international community for the MOM-2 mission and Venus orbital mission, and of course the PS4 orbital platform also, one AO has been given, so that the international community can participate and make use of this opportunity. As mentioned by Mr. Somnath, the SARC-SAT, which was realized and dedicated by the Prime Minister of India for the neighboring countries, was a shining example of international cooperation initiative by India as a nation. The most important one, I would say, is the Unnati program, which was initiated 3 years ago to train the people around the world on the small satellite technology, with hands-on training and classroom training at the UR Satellite Center here at Bangalore, was a shining example of what the international cooperation can do, not only just in terms of bringing technology or commercial aspects, but also bringing taking the knowledge to the doorsteps of people, where the availability of such knowledge education is not there at present. So that is where I feel the future should lie, because in current international scenario, the international cooperation is more or less happening with as a commercial basis. Most of the services or equipments are being supported for a cost, except for the exploratory missions like the Chandrayaan or future planetary exploratory missions. So I would say that the better way to do the international cooperation in future would be to take the technology to those countries where the space technology has yet to take root, enable the people to have access to the benefits of the space technology by providing them connectivity, space-based telemedicine, tele-education. These are the areas I feel the international community should look at by spreading the benefits of the space technology to those countries which are yet to venture into this important area. As far as big agencies are concerned, like ISRO, the cooperation will continue in the human spaceflight domain or in exploratory missions like the future planetary or interplanetary or even interstellar missions. That is nowadays being considered as a given, considering the financial constraints each of these agencies are having. I think it is but natural that all these agencies cooperate with each other to achieve these ambitious long-term goals of the humankind. So I think that area also will continue. Coming to the opportunities in the globalized scenario, as you may all be aware, even the Indian government has now opened up the space sector for private participation. So this is one area, very interesting area, where the cooperation internationally can happen, I feel, between even commercial corporations. For example, a global constellation for data transfer or imaging on demand. If it is going to be done by one corporation, it is going to be a very, very huge investment, and without assured business throughout the globe. Whereas the same thing can be leveraged by the different companies in different service sectors join together and invest in the project and reap the benefits in their respective area without actually establishing their presence in other countries. I think this is one model which is possible to be explored now. I think there is a good case for this to be considered in future, and all these are going to be feasible and possible, provided the required policy initiatives and the protection of the intellectual properties. These are all taken care of well, and the governments agreeing on providing a uniform framework for different nations. The space agencies, let it be space agencies or commercial entities, to interact with each other on a common platform. That is what I think the future should look for. This is my view, and I'm looking forward to the other panelists' view on this subject. Thank you.
Thank you, Shankaran, for that excellent view. I brought in very good points today. So I will move over to Sri Narayan Prasad for his views.
Thank you, sir, for inviting me for on this. SATSER conducted a study on the status of the Indian space industry supply chain about a year ago, and we happened to map about 300 companies that were involved in supplying to ISRO for various missions over the last many decades. And one of the interesting things that came up with this particular study is the amount of capability and the manufacturing capacity, as well as the infrastructure many of these suppliers have, are truly astounding and can support a lot of the emerging companies that are out there locally as well as globally. But the core problem that we saw in this particular study was the exposure of these companies to the international market. Today, we believe that there is a big commercial industry that is coming up. Earlier, in the last 40 years or so, procurement has been primarily done by space agencies around the world, or defense contractors, or defense agencies around the world, and those were all localized. So American government would procure from American companies, and European governments would procure from European companies. But today, with the rise of the commercial space around the world, supply chains are getting globalized. People are looking for procuring the best cost to performance products and services around the world, and this opens up the door for Indian suppliers by a large extent. And this is where we need the supply chain transparency. And one of the critical things of our study that came out was that when you ask an average US engineer or a European engineer, tell me like 2 or 3 suppliers who are based in India on which product that they can sell to us, they will say, I have no clue. I only know, perhaps ISRO or Antrix or somebody like that. So this is one of the big parts of the puzzle that kind of needs to be solved in that sense, where if we can have a consolidated engine where supply chain transparency on capabilities, infrastructure, and everything else in terms of products and services from the industry side is available on a common platform, that would expose Indian supplier capabilities and products and services to a large extent to the global supply chain, and would help Indian suppliers integrate to the global market. And that could be one way that this whole thing of integrating Indian supply chain capabilities and suppliers to the global market would then catalyze. Just as an example, recently the European Space Agency has also kicked off such a platform called the ESA Star, where essentially they have created a platform which allows European suppliers to broadcast their capabilities as well as products and services at the same time. And there are similar efforts from other space agencies around the world in providing such platforms as well. In the interest of time, I concede to other panelists for now.
Thank you, Narayan Prasad. I think that the point you made is very, very well understood. I think by most of the panelists here, especially for me, I have been exposed to this in a big way, because I came across industries who are capable of doing fantastic things, but they have no exposure to the global market. I think this should be one of the outcome. That we must make an action plan to really reach them out to the globe. So thank you. So we will go to the next panelist, Shaju Stephen, please.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. At Adya Aerospace, we reimagine how we build and launch space assets. Thank you, CII, ISRO, Antrix, and NISIL for inviting me, an accidental space entrepreneur, to this eminent panel. We open taps, we expect water. Today, we tap our mobiles, we expect data. The hidden plumbing of pipes enables seamless flow of water to our taps. Little do we realize that satellites provide the hidden plumbing for data to our phones. Look at our hyperlocal apps, Google Maps, Uber, Ola, Zomato, Swiggy, all driven by the precise location provided by a constellation of GPS satellites. In the United States alone, satellites provide the plumbing for $5.7 trillion of economic activity every year. India is sitting on a gold mine of space expertise and talent. In comparison, less than 20% of the 194 countries in the world have design and launch capabilities for launch vehicles and/or satellites. Every country, sooner or later, will aspire to participate in the booming space economy, projected to be around $3 trillion by 2040 by Goldman Sachs. This aspiration gives India a huge opportunity to participate in the space capacity building in these countries. For India to increase global partnership in space sector and to be a global space leader, we need to reimagine how space assets are created. I would like to put forward 5 ideas which have been derived from our vision for Adya Aerospace. First of all, we should reimagine space asset as an infrastructure asset. Once treated as an infrastructure asset, we can adopt for space projects the public-private partnership model successfully deployed in power, road, and other infrastructure projects. It enables us to bring in project development equity, project financing, and asset financing into the design and launch of the space assets. After all, data is an annuity monetary unit, just like electricity in power projects and road tolls in highway projects. Secondly, we should reimagine space project development. Let me take the example of renewable energy projects. There are the wind turbine companies like GE, Vestas, Siemens Gamesa, and Suzlon. However, for these companies to survive and grow, they need to work closely with wind project developers like Renew Power, Greenco, Tata Power, Adani Green Energy. These developers take the risk to develop, permit, finance, build, operate, and maintain these renewable energy projects. We in India need to build a network of space developers in the country. Look at OneWeb, a recent investment by Airtel. Are they a space technology company or are they a space project developer? For me, they are a space project developer with a mission to bring satellite broadband internet to the world. Their satellites are designed and built by OneWeb Satellites, a totally different entity, which is a joint venture with Airbus Space. Today, the main focus of venture capital in the country and globally is on space technology companies. Remember, these space technology companies need space developers to innovate, to survive, and to grow. It is time that we developed a policy framework to facilitate these space developers. Thirdly, we need to reimagine space project financing. Space can be a very good geopolitical enabler for India. We can be the leaders for space capacity building for our friendly countries by building satellite constellations, setting up ground stations, building an in-country industrial and academic partnerships, and training local human capital. However, it requires innovative financing models. One approach would be to do the infrastructure financing model of build, own, operate, and transfer, which is the BOOT model, just like what India, China, and Japan supporting infrastructure projects of ports, airports, railways, and roads in other countries. A second financing could be through the development financing institutions like the IFC, the Asian Development Bank, African Development Bank. And a third could be through the EXIM financing for satellite projects in other countries. For example, in 2020, Indian EXIM sanctioned about 40,255 crores for various other countries. A sectoral priority allocation for space projects can help us finance some of the global space projects that Indian companies develop and launch. Of course, these BOOT space projects will generate demand for manufacturing, which in turn generates demand for technology, building a closely knit space ecosystem in the country. Fourth, I think we should reimagine how government supports private companies in space. Remember, private money follows government spend. Let me illustrate this with an example. Today, we admire Elon Musk and SpaceX, and of course, Tesla. Founded in 2002, SpaceX had only raised $34.1 million till August 2006. In August 2006, NASA awarded the Space Act Agreement grant of $278 million for Dragon spacecraft and Falcon 9. To top it all, till the end of 2020, SpaceX had received $8.7 billion of Space Act Agreement grants and contracts from NASA and the Department of Space. During the same period, SpaceX raised around $6.6 billion in private investments. In the latest fundraise of $1.16 billion in February 2021, SpaceX was valued at $74 billion. Now we can all ask the question, did Elon Musk or NASA build SpaceX? Another superlative example of private money following government spend is US again. In 2020, the contracts awarded by NASA to US private companies was a staggering $13.69 billion. During the same period, private investors invested $28 billion into 3,000 space companies in the US. We do hope that ISRO becomes a catalyst for government grants and contracts to flow to the private sector. Finally, we should reimagine Indian participation in global space projects. We need to invest in the global collaborative space projects with various space agencies and facilitate private sector participation in the same. For instance, Japan, JAXA has a $472 million for NASA's Artemis lunar exploration program. This is made available to private Japanese companies that can contribute to the Artemis program. Similarly, Australia has got an allocation of $150 million for the same Artemis program for private companies. It goes without saying The global collaborative project raises the bar for technology innovation and excellence in any country. Let us join hands to reimagine the creation of global space assets from India. Thank you.
Thank you, Shaju Stephen. I think your viewpoints were very different from what we have been discussing. I think they were more focused on how to engage and then bring in more funding into the space sector. I think this is, you looked at the finance part of it very well. I think this point is very important. I think we need to debate and discuss in the coming days. Or maybe the time is short here, so we won't go into the details. Each one of you can reflect on it at later point of time. So let me move over to Nitish Kumar Singh. So thank you, Stephen.
Thank you, sir. And good afternoon, esteemed panelists and participants. First of all, I would like to thank you, ISRO, NSIL, Antrix, and CII for yet another year of this International Space Conference and Exhibition. It's really motivating to see the continued push over the year with the opening of the space to industry, startups, and obviously international cooperation. I'm thankful and honored to be part of this panel to discuss on global partnership, which is an area I firmly believe in, and as Somnath sir has already mentioned, the international cooperation, again, it's not new. There has been a significant approach that has been taken earlier, but there is a new way that we have to look at it now. So previously, most of the international cooperation we have already seen is part of hosted missions from universities, from international universities and others. But I think with the opening of the space sector, specifically private sector participation, we could see, I have 2 points for that. One is obviously market access, how Indian companies can tap into markets overseas, whether it's going to be a part of a supply chain in space agency missions, either alone or in partnership with other companies in that sector. And likewise, Australian or Netherlands companies partner with Indian companies or a few things in that area. There is a need to collate the capabilities offered by the industry, the space agencies in itself, and see how that goes further. And obviously to define a framework in which how can be participated. Obviously there are national interest, and much of the space agency missions cannot be open up to overseas player. But if an international cooperation is sought specifically in critical technologies for exploratory missions, which is valuable for, like say, the Indian space agencies as well as the Australian space agencies, and the key stakeholder, the companies, have a pathway to build that capability, they can partner and go up on exploratory mission phases and then beyond. It would be really worthwhile to see how this framework can be worked on, where we know what is the key technologies that the various space agencies are looking at, and in terms of collaborations, how industry or startups can be part of it. So with that, I will, in the interest of time, I will just let my other panelists also speak up.
Thank you, Nitish Kumar Singh. So you talked about the mix and match requirement, basically where the critical technologies are available and how the need can be identified and they can be linked. I think this is an important point, and who can become the real platform in which this link can really happen. I think this is something that we have to now search for, of course.
Right.
Okay, so we will move over to Gyula Kosak as our next speaker.
Hello.
Yes, you are audible. Yeah, please go ahead, please.
Hi. First of all, thank you for inviting me as a panelist, and I'm glad we're talking about global partnerships today, because Spaceless, my company, has a big focus on that, because I think the most important thing globally we need to focus on is finding the global common problems to solve. And I think it starts from the common climate change problem. So all these technologies we're talking about, all the collaborations, the initial motivation for us to make everything green, the technologies relating to Earth and space. And for that, we can start from the cleanest energy options. In Australia, we have a lot of solar power, and I think in India as well, the solar companies, especially the emerging startups, are getting a lot of recognition and support. And maybe you all heard the recent IPCC report. The global warming in a decade or so, it will increase by 1.5 degrees. So there are actually existing problems that we have in front of us. And with space industries, it gives us this huge opportunity to harvest the solar energy in space and also for Earth. And these technologies need to achieve one thing. So we can actually set some reforms and regulations for net zero carbon energy goals. I'm not sure if India couldn't follow those reforms or how they are progressing. In Australia recently, there was a public sort of recognition of that. So as these agencies, young startup owners, or all these founders, our message should start from that. If you're building antennas, satellites, other spacecraft, our vision should be an environmentalist, and also to push the governments to support us in making our technologies green. Because eventually in 50 years, if there is a global warming, all these efforts for new technologies will be less important. And the space debris, for example, that's another environmentalist approach that I want to talk about today. If we build lightweight and recyclable technologies globally with collaborations, that will also solve common problems, because with small satellites, we will have increasing missions. And eventually, if we don't have a recyclable, lightweight energy generating systems, that will be a problem very soon, in 10 years, 20 years. So we should first focus on that pollution for space, and maybe exchange researchers to focus on the deep technology of the existing problems, and then set common regulations to remove the space debris, try to find responsible countries first, but also share that responsibility, because we're also using the communication systems from other countries' technologies. So if there is a fast and initial maybe an action plan for this, that will be very supported by the public and also other technology leaders. So that's my point of view. If we want to collaborate globally, we should focus on the greenness and also the common regulations for net zero carbon levels, especially for big spacecrafts. International Space Station, they just recently replaced their solar panels, and I'm sure you all watched how a replacement and maintenance of solar panels takes days of work and a big cost of payloads. So it's in our hands to reduce payloads with flexible green technology, and also harvest the solar energy in space and decrease the space debris. Thank you.
Thank you, Gula, for your specific focus on greener energy and minimizing space debris. I believe that this is one of the domains where the space contribute to the terrestrial technologies. For example, the solar power generation was more demanding in space, but now the type of efficiency that we are enjoying in space are slowly coming to our terrestrial generation solar power. I also want to tell you in India also there is quite an amount of thrust on these technologies, especially in terms of solar power, terrestrial power systems, and there is a lot of support from government for creating it, and it's actually very substantially increasing all across the country. So with that comment, so thank you, Gula, for that interesting comment, and we will move over to our next panelist, James Palmer. Over to you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is James Palmer. For those of you who don't know me, I'm the founder for Space Centre Australia, which is a launch facility and manufacturing integration facility that is based in Far North Queensland, Australia. So thank you very much for the invitation and the opportunity to speak. It's certainly a very exciting time in the space industry, and we're really looking forward to what we can do as globally and domestically. I guess with that onto the actual areas of discussion. We've I suppose look, Australia is in a similar sort of area. Realistically, the need for enhancement for partnerships, a lot of that stems out of understanding what your gaps are, and that's in some of these areas can be considered in education, technology, and capability. You need to plug these gaps in order to be able to collaborate at a domestic and an international level. Some of the possible areas you can work on here is development of business platforms, development of education platforms. I can't stress education enough. There's going to be a big problem, I think, globally in the next 10, 15, 20 years of qualified workforce in the space industry sector. It's certainly a big problem here in Australia that we're battling. Also development of manufacturing capabilities and platforms, and understanding the existing manufacturing capabilities locally and regionally and globally. There may be a way that those capabilities can be pivoted to sort of work towards the space industry sector. And then I think one of the other big things there is, to get those international partnerships going, really close the gap between virtual and reality. What I mean by that is that there's been since space has been commercialized in the last 20 years, there's been a rapid increase in the commercialization of technologies, be it infrastructure, launch vehicles, components, payloads. That has really become a rapid activity. And, for example, issues of obsolescence can become quite prevalent when you look at very long staging launch activities and mission deployments. In terms of collaboration, areas where we can collaborate globally, there's quite I think really what we've found is that taking a collaborative approach over a competitive approach works wonders in favour for you. In reality, everyone will make revenue. The space industry is huge, and ironically, the name, there's plenty of space there. In terms of that collaboration, working internationally, working with agencies such as UNISA through Access to Space for All programs, which opens you up to ESA, JAXA, NASA, UK Space Agency, and even here in Australia, for some really innovative and really beneficial programs for space access. And that's also helping other countries that may not necessarily have the ability to access space. Research and development collaboration is always a good topic to work on, and really does help a lot with collaboration, and that's from even at the tertiary university and academia levels, but also in that space now where it commercializes. And again, I've said it before, that rapid commercialization. You can take theoretical or prototype products now and really commercialize them rather quickly. And there's plenty of opportunities there in terms of government support or even private equity support to really get those sorts of aspects going. At the macro level, we've got also, again, education platforms. We've developed our own education platform as part of our operation, and we're open for international work on that. And again, that's that collaborative approach. I think realistically, you will get a lot more success and also longevity for an industry such as the space industry with taking a clearly collaborative and open approach towards learning and developing further. Also, at that macro level, again, utilising state, local, federal government organisations such as trade and investment organisations or departments of foreign affairs and trade. They're the reasons why we are, not myself, they're the reasons why we're here today. So we can't thank them enough for that sort of collaborative approach as well. In terms of opportunities and challenges, the opportunities, I've said it before, fast commercialisation. It's been great that government has finally sort of let go a little bit of the space industry and let it become commercialised. And I think that approach has done wonders for the industry sector itself. Also, rapid investment. What that ultimately has meant is that there is a massive appetite for investment into space technologies, whether it be anything from infrastructure right through to the systems that are deployed in space. As an example, return on investment, globally, it's about $7 for every dollar spent. It's just a massive, and it's a growing opportunity. Some of the challenges, some of the things that we've noticed at a global level at the moment is in terms of issues such as sovereign capability. That can sometimes stifle the collaborative nature between countries. Especially if you are looking in terms of space and systems development for government and military. And I suppose one of the other major challenges that we've seen and experienced is in terms of launch vehicle development and payload development versus infrastructure. So that kind of outstrips it 3 to 1 on a global scale in terms of there are lots of rocket producers, there are lots of payload producers, but really still globally, there's not a lot of areas suitable enough for launch. And with that comes with a lot of inherent risk in terms of the types of launch activities that we want to take. Finally, on to the role of policies and reform. I think this is really important, and it's probably one of the main pillars in terms of the development of a space industry sector, I suppose, in any country. That development, looking at governance, right? So coming from a government perspective is government's safety, certification and assurance. And if those particular areas aren't developed well, then what it means is that we have industries that potentially aren't operating correctly. And I think really from a government perspective, and I'm drawing from experience here in Australia, taking an approach of letting industry develop the space industry itself rather than completely relying on government to do it for them has proven to be an exceptionally beneficial and successful way to do it. It's meant, again, rapid development, and it's meant that the space industry sector has become very commercially viable. That's about it from me. I won't go on for too much longer. Thank you very much, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you, James Farmer, for your comments, specifically focusing on the conditions and environment at Australia. Of course, it is globally also applicable. You brought in the question of collaboration versus competitive operations. I believe it is possible to collaborate while being competitive. I think this is the whole point. Now, we also see today, even chip industries are being supported by automotive industry. I think this support we didn't actually envision, but it is very evident today. So it is mutually supportive. So space sector can really support materials development and even development of electronic systems and so many areas. So this cooperation can continue, collaboration can continue, and we can remain competitive. I don't know whether the type of ROI you mentioned are really applicable all across the globe. I really don't know. For $7 for $1 investment, it looks to be very, very attractive for everybody. Okay, with this comment, let me move over to the next panelist, Afan Chowdhury. Over to you, please.
Thank you very much, and very great thanks to our colleagues at ISRO, the Confederation of Indian Industry, and our colleagues at Antrix as well for the invitation and for hosting this panel session. I think you heard from my introduction regarding my biog that there are some key areas that we from the UK Space Agency are very keen to develop. And there are 3 key strands that I look at from a particular international collaborative aspect. The first is science, the second is security, and then the third is trade and prosperity. From the scientific perspective, the collaboration we see with international partners across the globe is very significant. And again, you just have to look at a number of our key academic institutions in the UK and the outreach that they have had with international partners across the globe. And we look at specific facilities such as the Harwell facility and the Space Cluster in Oxford, and the National Space Park that's being established in Leicester, associated with Leicester University. So again, the scientific collaboration is very important in that respect. And I think that's one of the early opportunities for engagement on an international partnership scale. The second of that is security. And again, a recognition that space and the environment in which we are all operating is dual in nature. There is a civil and military aspect of that. And worth highlighting that from the UK's perspective, space has now been classified as a critical national infrastructure. So that's crucially important to us. And then the final point of this, and again, Mr. Somanath, that comment you made regarding the return on investment, there is a challenge, but crucially, the size and the scale of the space sector and how it has grown with both upstream and crucially downstream activity is significant. And so there's an important role for our trade and our prosperity and finding and developing those key strategic partnerships. Again, the primary objective of our UK space sector and the agency is to ensure resilience and that we have a strong and competitive space sector, but we can do that in partnership as well. And as Mr. Somanath talked about, the range of MOUs and Memorandum of Cooperation that the Indian Space Research Organisation signed, similarly with the UK, several dozens of MOUs that the UK Space Agency has signed. They are common, they are public documents and available on the government website. But it's crucial to identify those key partnerships and where those areas of opportunity might be. And scientific engagement is a fundamental cornerstone of that. But then we also talk about, some of the panel members were talking about increased commercialization. Absolutely accept that the increased commercialization in the space sector requires governments, and particularly, and I look at my own role as UK Space Agency, to ensure that we keep pace with the developments and the ambition and the scale of intent that the commercial sector has identified. And the way that we are able to do that is to ensure that there is regulation, sufficient appropriate regulation in place, and that requires a dialogue between the space agency and the government and the commercial partners. But it also requires an international engagement to ensure that that regulation is consistent or compatible with other key partnering nations or competitive nations in that respect. And so I also see the importance of international, multinational fora, particularly the UN and the UN USA, the Office for Outer Space Affairs, as being crucial to that. So our partnerships on a bilateral, multilateral basis, but also these multinational organizations, particularly UN USA, and those of you may well have been involved in some of the discussions that UN COPUOS in the last couple of weeks. And with that, we've also got the representation at the G7 and then crucially the G20. And you would have seen at the G7 hosted by the UK, the presidency, a few months back, within the communique, we talked about space sustainability. And that's important for us, particularly as we move towards COP26, which will take place later this year, and the issue about the environment, the space sustainability, and managing all of those aspects under consideration. And again, we should also be considering the benefit that our collaborations provide for humankind and the benefits that space technology provide for humanity. And again, expressing all of that when we look at some of our missions, particularly the Novasat satellites, and recently developing prototypes for flood impact assessments, modeling using Earth observation. So it's a responsibility for both industry and academia in that respect. And I was delighted to hear from James talk about the cooperation, particularly with Australia. And I should highlight the work that we've been doing with Australia in particular on the world's first space bridge, a model of partnership and innovation, bilateral collaboration that brings together the space agencies, our international trade department, and ensures that the environment is appropriate for industry and academia, as well as government, to cooperate and collaborate. So from the partnerships, what we're expecting, supporting the space sector, recognition of the transnational challenges, particularly space debris, space weather, but the equitable allocation of the limited spectrum bandwidth as well, all need to be considered. And then crucially within that, there's a piece of work that we were involved in at the last virtual IAC that took place, where we were a signatory alongside NASA and other partners in the Artemis Accords, which is the ambition to get the next man, first woman, boots on the ground on Earth, and then also the plan to move on to Mars as well. There are particular areas that we can look to work with and collaborate, and I see that there are exciting times, and I'm grateful for the opportunity of the conversations that are taking place, particularly in the UK and India in this respects as well. And I look forward to the opportunity to visiting you and your colleagues, Mr. Somanathan, and talk about some of that deepening collaboration. I'll leave it there if I may.
Thank you, Arfan, for your comments on varieties of topics. I think it started from one end to it covered, I believe, the whole of the spectrum of issues and topics that I can brief in one sentence. So I leave it there. So I will move over to our next panelist, Dr. Ada Jutman. Over to you. Yes.
Thank you very much. And well, I would like to actually point to some specific megatrends that we are witnessing, especially in the space industry today. And the whole event today, the whole exhibition is about the new space. And the new space is being dominated by smaller missions, by commercial CubeSats and also CubeSat, commercial small sats and also CubeSats. So that brings another perspective into the whole space industry. Of course, we have all seen a lot of commercial projects, a lot of commercial missions appearing in the horizon. Everybody knows about SpaceX, and some of us, most of us, have heard about space programs that are brought by Google, Apple, Facebook, and Amazon. But we also should not forget that there is a new space race that is actually starting today, or is actually going today already, and the new space race is going on Earth. So it's not anymore about the launchers, and it's not anymore about the propulsion technologies. But I would like to also extend the viewpoint that was shared by Shai Stefan, who mentioned that data is the key asset today. And I'm coming from a small country, Estonia, which had zero space industry 10 years back, and today, with the help of governmental investment and the help of European Space Agency programs, our IT sector is very successfully actually engaging into the European Space Program today. And the companies that have been traditionally working on the purely IT, software development, cybersecurity, these type of sectors have never been thinking about entering the space landscape. They're actually already very successful on the global scope, on the not just the European scale. And the space missions are generating data, and data has to be processed. That's one perspective. Another perspective is the emergence of a completely new CubeSat platforms or other commercial satellite platforms, which enable small and medium enterprises to also enter the landscape. And here is actually the point where we see a very huge return on investment, because small and medium enterprises, they come up with new ideas how to reduce the costs of particular missions or payload development, and just by a small investment into small companies and getting the place on on a rocket summer, launching the CubeSats, getting the technologies tested, then the investors are coming into the game, and they are ready to invest a huge amount of money into these small companies which are growing fast. So this is something. This is the trend we see, and what is crucial here, and our company is also like that. We've been thinking about providing a base technology in fault tolerance and health awareness in space missions. And we've never been working in the space domain before, but when joining the European Space Agency research program, there is a pipeline of projects already that we are fulfilling, and we hope that our technologies that we've been developing for the Earth applications, they will also be used in space. That's just a little example, but it's a huge trend. So all in all, for India, I would recommend to concentrate on the sectors which are not seen as traditionally space sectors, but where India is very strong, like IT, for instance, software development, electronics, microelectronics, where you can actually foster the commercial ecosystem by providing small investments into companies, directed investments into those companies who could bring their technologies into the space, and then it's just a matter of being commercially successful. I mean, the other players will be very much interested in actually getting your technologies, your particular technologies, maybe unique technologies that you are developing on Earth to bring them to space. And on the governmental level, what is very important is to define the policies, of course, to include the small medium enterprises and non-space traditional sectors into the game. The public institutions, they must open up funding to commercial sector more and more. And what is also very important, and where India is very successful today, to ensure independent and guaranteed access to space, so that your local companies, even small companies, universities, could get a chance to launch, to test their technologies, even if these companies are small, even if they're just startups. So something big will definitely grow out of that. And when the opportunity is given into the hands of entrepreneurs, they will find a way how to bring these technologies globally, and it will simplify also the task to get the global collaboration and exposure of the Indian technologies to the global landscape. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Adar, for such an interesting comment. I think you looked at from your experience and connected to the Indian context. I think that has been really interesting. But we all realize that the business is all in data and application, and there the money is lying. You see, of course, the technology may be much more crucial in launch vehicle and propulsion, as you said, but they are the one which has been powering all this to happen. So it has to be really from the user side should look at the launch vehicle. No, it should be the reverse direction. I think this change is what is really, you have brought in very, very nicely. Thank you for that, such an interesting comment. We will now move over to our last panelist, Chen Do Fong, yeah, you are there. Okay, over to you.
Okay, thank you, section chairperson. Thank you for inviting me to attend
your voice is low. Can you slightly increase your, yeah.
What about that?
Now it's good, yeah.
Okay, thank you, the section chairperson that invited me to attend this panel discussion about the increasing global partnership in space sector, Explore S1. I think as a member of National Space Organization, which is Taiwan Space Agency, India and Taiwan actually have a very good partnership. First, in space sector. For example, semiconductor, we know that we also call it integrated circuitry, IC. Sometimes people said the I means the India, and C means Chinese or Taiwan. And also we are very capable at the information and communication technologies. We know that many companies in the United States, the both actually are coming from India. And so for semiconductor, many both are come from Taiwan. So we think that on the non-space sector, actually Taiwan and India has shown very good example on partnership related to semiconductor and information and communication technology. Second, NSPO is 30 years old, and the conference actually we've been attend this for 5 times, and including the India Expo. And our president of Taiwan, she is very focused and put one of his policy on the space industry, especially the Taiwan Space Development Act was announced in the June of this year. So the third phase of the space technology development plan that we plan to put $1 billion US there. Actually, we're going to grow another 1 magnitude of order on our third phase space technology development plan, which has been executed for 3 years. And we're going to review that. And Taiwan's strengths, other than the science, are related to remote sensing mission. And remote sensing for imagers is our good strength. Our satellite actually perform a daily revisit of the global Earth, even though we're missing around less than 20% of the land images. But actually, we provide 80% of the daily data. So that is one of the Taiwan's contribution related to disaster event, rescue events. Second is our strength is on the weather forecast. I'm the Formosa 3 program director. So our radio occultation satellite, actually, the data are freely provided to global. We know that India has cyclone, just like we have typhoon, and there's a hurricane in United States. So our satellite actually use the state-of-art technology that we could predict the weather, even the climate, the weather within 45 minutes and the space weather within 30 minutes. And even if we take the good data, we could predict the cyclone genesis, even it not appear yet. I would like to take this opportunity to show that the Taiwan Space Agency actually would like to delighted to sign memorandum understanding with Israel. So have a future more global partnerships. Our third phase long-term program currently include also add a LEO communication satellite. Panelists already mentioned about the SpaceX. SpaceX actually has seeking Taiwan industry to mass production for the satellite parts and PCB board and others. And we also, in the third phase, we also have an outer space exploration program to be implemented. And others like the laser communication, for example, space Starlink, they're going to put intersatellite laser communications. We also like to seek in this kind of a core technology to cooperate with India Space Agency. Last I would like to invite the section chairperson, Dr. Somanak, to attend our international conference on astronautics and the space exploration to be held in November. We would like to send you our invitation letters. So that is all I have to say. Thank you very much. Give me this good opportunities.
Thank you, Chen Song, for your comment on some of the capabilities that you have in Taiwan. I'm really excited to know about your capability to have the cyclone genesis predictions quite early. I think really something that you have done a marvelous work on it, and also on the space weather. So we will look forward to more engagement in the coming days. Thank you. So with that, we have come to the end of the feedback from the panelists now. I believe our Payal is still there. Okay, I just want to know how we engage further. Basically, we would like to get cross views, because some of the comments which are come out from members may require some your views and opinion on some of the comments which are specifically one thing which picked up by another panelist is on the data and how data becomes the real power and the business, and this is one interesting point that has come. Also, we have many other points. So if any other member would like to add or comment more than what they have already told based on the feedback. Okay, otherwise I would like to summarize the session. Basically, just pick one or two points on each of the panelists said, and that will really maybe the summary of this session, which will go into the records. Sri Shankaran, Director URSC, mentioned about the cooperation that has been happening, but the most important point which he said is that how to bring in various actors together so the sharing of the investment can be really done, and it need not have to be across various countries. So this is a main point that he brought in. And of course, this cooperation has to be there for major programs like Human Space Program that has to continue. Sri Narayan Prasad mentioned about the capability that is existing in this country, in India. In various technology regimes, there are a large number of companies who are capable of building component systems for international use, but that the supply chain is not really getting the required exposure. So this is through what medium or what way this can be brought in. I think this is a very important point. Mr. Shaju Stephen talked about the mobile data. I think this is a very important point, and he talked about how the space assets are to be looked at an infra asset, and then how the further funding and other monetizing activities can be taken up, and how the role of the government is very important in bringing in more private equities and capital into the investment portfolio. So this point has been well brought out by Shaju Stephen. Sri Nitish Kumar Singh spoke about the need of the critical technology in certain sectors and the corresponding availability, how to really map it and make it, make the connect which is required. Gulal Kosak talked about the global climate change and the need of the clean technologies, both in terms of power generation, energy area, as well as in space debris. So James Farmer talked about various activities that was happening in their sectors, especially those space activities at Australia, looked at the educational platform development, and also the participation of various governmental as well as trade and industry sectors in the space regime there. Also brought in some terms on the type of benefits to the business community that can be brought in by the space program. The point brought in by Arfan Chowdhury is very, very interesting. I think from the UK's perspective, he talked about how UK sees the whole program in 3 different domains in terms of science, in terms of the security angle, and also how space can bring in the prosperity or resilience in through this partnership. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes,
I think your
Somnath.
voice was breaking in between.
Can
Mr.
hear you.
Somnath.
Only it looks like a bandwidth issue. We can continue. We can hear you.
Yeah, your video is stuck, but we can hear you. Mr. Somanath, we are not able to hear you.
Now it's okay.
Yeah.
All right.
It's much better. Yeah, perfect.
Okay. And it looks like there was a bit of disturbance. So I was talking about the feedback from Arfan Chowdhury. He brought in about the UK perspective on this topic, the importance of science, security, as well as the resilience through this partnership has been very well brought in. And also talked about how the collaboration with various agencies all across the globe can really benefit in terms of the global partnership. Dr. Arthur Judman brought in a very interesting point again. Basically, we mentioned that it is not going to be the launchers or those technologies in propulsion that are really making the business. I think that point is well understood by all in this domain. But the point what I want to specifically bring it out of this is that the technology in this domain is to be driven by what is needed in the business. I think this is the important point. And in India specifically, there is a potential to grow in these sectors, and it must be taken up by all small, medium, and other enterprises with the support of the government. The comment by Chen Zhaofeng is in the Taiwan Space Agency. He definitely appreciated the type of work that they do in various capability they have built in for remote sensing and also the prediction. And we look forward for further engagement with that agency in the long term. So let me thank each one of you first today for the interesting participation in making our session Increasing Global Partnership in Space Sector Explore as one, as very, very interesting and lively. Let me hand over to Payal Sharma for further conclusion of this session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Somanath, for chairing this session, and my sincere thank you to all the dignitaries for taking out time and sharing your valuable insights with us. With this, we come to the end of this session, and we will start with our next session at 3:30 p.m. Stay tuned, everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you, Payal. Thank you, Somnath, for sharing the session.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Good afternoon to all the dignitaries for the second session.
Yeah, good afternoon. Welcome to here.
Yeah, Dr.
Good afternoon.
if you want, you can check your mic. I think there was some issue only.
Can you listen to me? Hello?
Hello. Yeah,
Yes.
we can't
You
hear
can-
you
you can
very
listen to me,
clear.
right? Okay,
We
perfect.
can't hear you very clear.
Yeah, hi. Am I audible?
Is this
Yes, it is.
Akriti, Rangnath here. Am I audible and clear from a picture perspective?
Yes.
Yes, you. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I am Vinod this side. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You're
Thank
perfect.
We are from Office of DG Life Sciences. Are we audible?
Yes. Yes.
Can see my own video. Is it video visible? Hello?
Hello. Yeah.
Is the video visible by any chance? I mean, I can't see my own video.
Is this Mr. Padi?
Right.
Lalita? Yeah, I can see your video. I
Okay.
can see your video.
Yes, good afternoon. Am I audible? Can you see me?
Yes, good afternoon.
Yes, sir. Okay,
We can see you.
right.
We are just waiting for Mr. Bhaskar to join, and then we'll start at 3.
Yeah,
3:30. So.
Dr. UK Singh is there.
Yes, he has joined.
Sir, I am Bhanu Pratap Singh. Sir, I'm just calling, sir. Sir is the secretary. He's coming in 2 minutes.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. He has told me that we will be late by at least 5-10 minutes. It's okay. Yes, Professor, you are in dark. You are in
Dark?
space.
The
The background looks to be it's like a galaxy.
space meeting, right? I thought it's a space.
It's okay. It's okay.
I can just take it out. I mean, it's not a problem. This is better?
Yeah, yeah. It's okay.
I can just keep this. Yeah, this is my original background.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
Yes, very good afternoon, Dr. Singh. I understand you had some meeting. You squeezed into your time. Good.
No issue. Yeah, it's always pleasure to be there. Go ahead.
What about Dr. Sri Kumar?
I am there.
Where are you? I cannot see you. Oh, I
You
see.
can see me.
Yeah. Okay, nice.
Thank you.
You are in headquarters?
Yeah.
I think Bhaskar has come. Mr. Bhaskar, welcome.
Good afternoon, sir. Thank you. When I joined, our earlier session was just over. Then what I understand is that session was cut. So I rejoined. Thank you.
Okay.
We are waiting for something.
Yeah, everyone has joined. I think.
Yes, everyone has
panelists
joined.
put
We'll
now.
just start. We'll just start.
Yeah.
Welcome to all the dignitaries and participants to the second session of the day. Before we begin the session, I would like to request all speakers to keep their mics on mute and unmute while speaking. The second session of the day 3 is highlight session, Human Space Flight and Space Exploration Missions. The session is chaired by Dr. Unnikrishnan N. Nair S., Director, HSFC, ISRO. Dr. Unnikrishnan Nair S. is a distinguished scientist in ISRO. He is founding director, Human Space Flight Center, ISRO, Bangalore, responsible for Gaganyaan project, Indian Human Space Flight project. He served as deputy director, structures and IT in VSSC for 1.5 years till January 2017. He worked in VSSC from 1985 to 2018 in various capacities. He made significant contributions in launch vehicle mechanisms, structures, acoustic protection systems, and payload fairing areas. The other esteemed speakers of the session are Professor Radhakant Padi, Aerospace Department, IISc. Dr. Padi is currently working as a professor in the Department of Aerospace Engineering and Center for Cyber Physical Systems, Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. After doing his PhD and postdoc in US, he joined IISc Bangalore as the faculty in December 2003 and is continuing since then. In parallel, he is also serving as the honorary provost of Centurion Universities since August 2020. Dr. Padi's research interest is on optimal and nonlinear control synthesis algorithms and their applications to challenging practical problems in aerospace, biomedical, and mechanical engineering. He has co-authored over 250 publications in international journals and conferences, and a book on satellite formation flying. His research is well supported by Ministry of Human Resource Development, Defense R&D Organization, Indian Space Research Organization, Air Force Research Lab of USA, Agency for Defense Development of South Korea. The next speaker is Dr. UK Singh, Director General, Life Support Systems, DRDO, Delhi. Dr. Upendra Kumar Singh, appointed as DG Life Sciences on 30th June 2021. Dr. Upendra Kumar Singh as Additional Charge of Director, CAIR DRDO, Bangalore. During his 33 years of service so far, Dr. Singh has closely worked with Indian industries, academia, and foreign firms for realization of advanced weapon systems for the services. The next speaker for today is Dr. KG Vinod, Project Director, ECLSS, HSFC, ISRO. Dr. KG is currently Project Director, ECLSS, under Gaganyaan project in HSFC, ISRO. He started his career at VSSC in 1999 and worked in the area of mechanisms, staging systems, and auxiliary systems for launch vehicles. He has made significant contributions in the development of GSLV Mk3 payload fairing systems, development of terminal seals for lithium-ion battery, systems for crew module during his venture at the VSSC. He moved to HSFC ISRO in 2019 and is assigned with the responsibility of developing environmental control and life support systems for the government. The next speaker is Mr. VT Bhaskar, Project Director, GSLV Mk3 VSSC ISRO. Mr. Bhaskar is an outstanding scientist, is the Project Director at GSLV Mk3 project. He has expertise in the fields of static and dynamic testing, launch vehicle environment, vehicle integration, and system engineering. He also has a long experience in launch vehicle dynamics, mechanical systems, and vibration isolation. The next speaker for today is Dr. Pavan Ranga. He is a third generation entrepreneur and director of NR Group. In 2000, he founded Rangsons Electronics, a leading electronic system design and manufacturing company in India. After achieving a successful exit for Rangsons in 2015, he established Rangsons Aerospace, a leading product technology and solution provider to the global defense and aerospace industry. He then established Mindful TMS, Neurocare, the world's first global chain of psychiatric clinics with presence in US, EU, and India. In 2018, Rangsons entered the education technology space with the acquisition of Test Prep, an education test and assessment company. The next speaker for today is Mr. Ranganath Sadashiva, CTO, Hybrid IT, HPE India. Mr. Ranganath Sadashiva is the Chief Technology Officer, Hybrid IT for HPE India. Ranganath is responsible for bringing in thought leadership across HPE Hybrid IT business and delivering best-in-class technology experience for customers. He works closely with the enterprise segments, understanding their business and technical needs, developing HPE's point of view aligned to HPE technology vision. With more than 26 years of experience in the technology industry, Ranganath is an accomplished technologist and management executive across core ICT technologies, working predominantly in India and Asia Pacific region. The next speaker is Dr. P. Srikumar, former director, SSPO, ISRO. Professor Srikumar spent a decade at NASA's Goddard Space Flight Center as a core member for the EGRET experiment on Large Gamma Ray Observatory, CGRO. In 1999, he returned to India and joined ISRO Satellite Center to head the Space Astronomy Group. He participated in the AstroSat program, coordinated in solar X-ray payload on GSAT-2, and later got deeply involved in India's first lunar mission, Chandrayaan-1, as PI and co-PI of multiple payloads. He was instrumental in establishing the space science instrumentation facility at ISRO Satellite Center. From mid-2013 to 2018, he also served as the director of the Indian Institute of Astrophysics on deputation from ISRO. I would now like to invite Dr. Unnikrishnan Nair, Director HSFC ISRO, for his opening remarks and take the session forward.
Thank you, Ms. Akriti Kumari, for the nice introduction. And welcome all the fellow panelists and all those who are viewing this program from all over the place. We have a very interesting session today that is on human spaceflight and space exploration missions. I was just wondering why these two are linked, human spaceflight and space exploration mission. It's seemingly a paradoxical thing, but then later I thought, unless you have exploratory missions, those missions will be precursor missions, and then humans will only follow that. So we are looking out to faraway places, other planets, and exoplanets, and then possible habitation opportunities there. Anyway, today we have a good mixture of technocrats, industrialists, and academicians to discuss this topic, because all are interrelated topic. And CII, along with Andrix, Sensil, and ISRO, they have given a good platform that is very regularly they do it for exchange of ideas as well as germination of new ideas, new models for R&D and space exploration. So what I thought, my thoughts I have just translated into a few slides. That is the best medium through which we can communicate. Maybe can you put the first slide, please? So what I suggest, probably this, I will quickly make an overview that will give us a common platform where all of us will be in the same platform. And then individual members can give their views, maybe 3 or 4 minutes, because altogether we have only 1 hour. So due to many reasons, exploration missions, due to many reasons, like it could be climate change or what is the type of biodiversity loss happening elsewhere, or to inspire the younger generation, or maybe to the fundamental question where we have come from, where we are going. These are all having ramifications in the long run. So we undertake such space exploration missions, and of course, mostly the presentation is directed towards the exploratory missions by India and our human spaceflight progress. But definitely there are common linkages we can find. The next slide, please. Yes, this Mars orbiter mission, this was our first interplanetary mission. The longest travel from Earth to Mars, lasting for more than 10 months. And it was a very critical mission in the sense the vastness of universe, a small, tiny spacecraft is leaving the Earth and then trying to orbit the Mars. And of course, there was another challenge. The mission also was the very shortest time available because at that time it was decided the next opportunity when the Mars comes closer to Earth, we should launch. So that way, there were different aspects to this mission. And this has been a hugely successful. As you can see, there are 5 payloads. And many new insights this has given, like the exo-atmospheric composition of Mars and other many inventions. Probably later, Dr. Srikumar will be able to throw more light into the usefulness of the utility of this mission. The next slide, please. Yes, the AstroSat, that is another very important mission. It's a multi-wavelength telescope, which is used for studying the cosmic sources. Maybe it is something like simultaneously you can cover a range of frequency from UV to X-ray, and then at a time you can get data over the entire spectrum. And this also, there are many users, and the data is hugely utilized by many users from many countries. And this was launched in 2015 by the workhorse PSLV. Next slide, please. Yes, we had the Chandrayaan-1 launch, such an exciting mission where we had a small part of the Chandrayaan orbiter was made to impact onto the moon surface, followed up by the Chandrayaan-2 mission, which was more complex mission in terms of it was having a lander, a orbiter, and then finally a rover. And the mission-wise also, we were trying to look at the South Pole because of the extra interest. That is a shadow region where the likelihood of water is more. And you recall, the first Chandrayaan mission has clearly detected the presence of water on Moon. And again, Moon is a very important intermediate planet. We know that right now missions are there where the Artemis program, the NASA is going to have a space station around the Moon. It becomes a sort of an intermediate station before they move to Mars or any other planet. So that way, Moon is having more significance now. Next slide, please. And this is again another interesting science mission, Aditya L1, which will be launched maybe next year, third quarter or so. With again, it is a space-based observatory. And we all know the significance of this Lagrange point, where the gravity of Earth as well as Sun, is balanced by the centripetal force of the satellite. And it's an ideal place to observe the universe where you don't have the problem of the ecliptic or other disturbances not there. It's an ideal platform where the satellite will be at something like 1.5 million kilometers away from Earth. Very exciting mission that is going to happen, which will definitely give more insight into the origin of universe and many unknowns. That's a humanity. We don't know many things. We know a little bit about Earth and around the Earth. Yeah, the next slide. This XPOSat is X-ray polarimeter satellite, again to study the polarization of cosmic X-rays. Going to be launched with the SSLV. I understand that is the small satellite launch vehicle which is under development, which will have the development flight by end of this year. It's a small all-solid vehicle, and next year this will be launched. And many scientists, their academicians are looking forward to data from this mission. Of course, yes, as a sequel to Chandrayaan-2, Chandrayaan-3 also is on the drawing board. That also is getting realized. Next slide. Yes, the Now moving from the science missions, we know we have a science human spaceflight program, and a new center is created in ISRO in 2019, and the new program is called Gaganyaan. You can see here our Mark III, GSLV Mark III, which is the heaviest vehicle, which has 2 solid prop boosters and 1 liquid and 1 cryo, which is modified as shown here with an escape system and all ruggedization in terms of human rating. This on the right side is the orbital module, which has 2 parts, the crew module and the service module. We can carry 3 crew for a mission of lasting from 3 to say 5 or 6 days. Obviously, such standalone missions we cannot have for long term. When you plan long-term missions, we need a resources replenished by either from Earth or a regenerative type of systems. And this will necessitate to have a certain type of space station where it can get docked and then resources can be used. But the very purpose that a center is created in ISRO as a 5th vertical, human spaceflight is the 5th vertical in ISRO apart from other 4 verticals. The vision also is very clear. It is not that Gaganyaan is the one of its kind, but we will have a sustained as well as an affordable mission. But it is not human. It's a robotic program also. We need to integrate. So they will act as a complementary role so that the human presence can be taken out of Earth and to wherever it is possible. Next slide. Next. Yeah. So if you just grossly look at it, there are many technologies. All technologies are opportunities for academia as well as industries for development as well as continuation flight. The first part is the human rating aspect, where apart from the hardware, there will be changes in avionics systems and the software that is used. There will be health monitoring system and a very highly reliable, robust escape system will be added. And all sorts of changes will be made to make the vehicle robust. And the orbital module, which is the new system that is being realized, the main part is that aerothermodynamics of the system. When it is coming back, we need a highly reliable thermal protection system. And since crew is there inside, we need green propulsion for controlling the capsule. When it is coming through the atmosphere, we have reaction control thrusters will be fired, and that will be used for controlling it. And other aspects related to human interfaces. So many things, so many systems are there as part of the orbital. And then the mission itself, right from beginning to end. So since a human is added into it, there are other aspects like limiting the physiological limits, psychological aspects. So many other aspects are there. So these all points will be added as part of the human rating and where they are going to land, the impact zone, and then different types of simulations where human also will be there. Finally, we are going to splash down into sea, how we can recover them from the sea. And the human-centric systems, there are so many systems related to the crew has to be trained for all the conceivable conditions. We need the life support system. We need flight suit in case of a sudden depressurization of the cabin, and how to take care of the waste, both solid as well as liquid waste. We need space medicine and then survival kits under emergency conditions, and so many mission-related aspects and operating procedures. Next slide. Yeah, this in a nutshell is the mission. As you can see on the left trajectory is the ascent phase, the typical launch vehicle ascent trajectory. And there, anytime there is provision to abort and then bail out the crew. When the escape system is jettisoned after the solid motor phase, we have the propulsion in the service module that will be used for the escape. And then after the orbital phase, yes, we deorbit, then the aero braking phase under controlled condition, followed by a redundant parachute system deployment, and then splash down in either Bay of Bengal or in Arabian Sea, depending upon the situation. Next. So this, next slide. So there are good opportunities for doing microgravity experiments. So we had many proposals. We invited proposals from all over the country. Many proposals, in fact, 28 proposals we got. and some of them have been shortlisted, but this is only a beginning. We are again asking for more proposals for continuation missions. There will be so many opportunities, if not in Gaganyaan, there will be opportunities like the PS4 or PSL will be used as an orbital platform. So if experiments are ready, there will be umpteen opportunities to fly and then get data. Next slide. Yes, as I was telling, this robotics is also an integral part of it. In the unmanned mission, a half humanoid as shown here will be flying, which will be okay. Will be having only limited capabilities at that as of now, but the idea is to fly and then get data. But we know that these astronauts, these robots will be playing especially robots enabled by AI can do a lot of work in terms of satellite service or debris clearance or maybe working in a very adverse environment. So many things. And it is not that it is robot can do it alone or man can do it alone. The ideal choice would be to mix in the right proportion so that we get the best of both. Next slide, please. Next slide. Slide is not changing. Is it changing for anyone? Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah,
now
just,
Now
yeah,
it is.
yeah, right. So just to give a an idea about how the Gaganyaan program, it's not an ISRO program, it is a national program. You can see so many national institutions, lab, academia, DRDO labs, and CSIR labs, ISRO centers, all the ISRO centers. And apart from industries, more than 200 industries are very actively participating in the realization. And if a quick estimate shows that about 80% of the money is going into the either industry or national agencies. So it's really a national program where with the participation of many agencies. Next slide. Next slide, please. Yeah. So this the slide is I was trying to capture what are the areas or vistas opened up by the human spaceflight program. It's not that just sending man to space. It is going to give a lot of input and it is going to fill it to many areas like academy or even younger generation or industries or whatnot. So you look at advanced technologies, so many things will be coming up. We are even working of an inflatable habitat. That is, when you construct a space station, can we have a inflatable system which can be appended? And the life support system right now, what is planned in Gaganyaan is sort of, it's not reusable. We are only carrying the resources. But when you talk about long duration mission or a mission beyond the Earth's orbit, we certainly should have regenerative life support system concept. And the space, the management of waste and how we do such things in space is again another domain. And unless the technology of making structure in space by interconnecting either through remotely operated or through human control, large structures, how to build in space, so that becomes space station or the habitat in the space. So there are so many other areas in that area. And if you look at the lower left side, it is opening a lot of opportunities for microgravity experiment. Whatever it can be how the fire, the fluids will be behaving, what type of bodies, biology, when bodies or human bodies are subjected to the conditions of space. It is not only microgravity, there are so many other factors like radiation, so many things. And the type of combustion is going to be totally different in space. And then the type of space farming, if you want to have a regenerative system or to generate our own food, or if you want to have some experiments so that you can have high yield variety on ground, all these things are the part of this microgravity experiment. And manufacturing in space, when we cannot carry, they need not be always connected with us. So we need to have manufacturing in space and then continue from there to other destinations. So on the right side again, a new domain, bioastronautics, and related systems, health monitoring, what is the effect of gravity as well as absence of gravity, space life sciences, and astronaut training facilities for the entire areas, like so many things. And if it could be docking or underwater construction or so many things, you need neutral buoyancy facilities. So it's a quite, even when we talk about space tourism, the level of training that is required to be given to the people. So that is another domain of activities that can open up. And in materials and manufacturing, electron beam welding. See, for example, the crew module, we are looking for a EB welding of a 3-meter class structure, but we don't have at the moment in the country. And flow forming for making products with less inclusions or other type of damages, which can give higher reliability. And then special materials. So if you look at it, all these things anyway, ISRO cannot do or any other national institutions cannot do. So it is going to be a handshaking with all the stakeholders, including industry partners, so that all these things will get matured as we progress from the starting point of Gaganyaan. Next slide. I think I have that much on this. I want to thank you for this is what probably just to give a level platform for our discussions. I think at this point, probably I just request all the panelists to make their own comments and also add to this, maybe 3 to 4 minutes each. Okay, I will call Professor Paddy.
Right. Good afternoon, everyone, and good afternoon, Dr. Nair. I think Dr. Nair has spoken for all of us. He has covered everything in a very broad spectrum. So probably, I mean, there's nothing much to add from our side in some sense. But having said that, I think as a humanity, we are all curious to know what's happening across not only the world but in the outer space, but the solar system and beyond. So that sense, it is very nice to see that the global is, I mean, in many countries globally, they've woken up, and our country has also woken up. And we have got a very nice challenging missions. A couple of them are already done successfully, and a couple of them are coming that Dr. Nair has put in the slides already. And we have been little fortunate to participate in some of those missions. Our lab has participated in Chandrayaan 2, Chandrayaan 3, Aditya L1, and beyond actually. So that in this experience, I mean, speaking in a broad
Your voice is not audible. Is it audible to others? Professor Paddy, your voice is audible. I don't know. Others are able.
It's audible to hear, right?
It's audible to me too, sir.
Yeah, maybe it could be a local problem there.
Something maybe, yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So in general, I think we should not forget that the space missions.
Okay.
Not really. Is there some problem or okay?
Okay. Go ahead.
I can go ahead, right? Okay.
Yeah. Yes.
All right. So in general, we should not forget that the space missions also are very expensive. Many times, right? Many times there are other issues. They are time-consuming. They are very challenging technology-wise and things like that. But having said that, once we conquer all that, it enhances the prestige of the nation. It gives a lot of confidence to the entire population of a country that we can also do many things physically. And there are a lot of off-spin things. For example, biomedical research can get greatly benefit from space medicine point of view. Right? Some medicines that cannot be manufactured in under gravity conditions can actually be done in microgravity conditions. Additive manufacturing. There are many things that we can list it out, and he has already put that in the slides, including space tourism nowadays. Right? A lot of people are just curious to just go up and then stay there for 3-4 minutes and come back, and just see that experience is what happens there. And it is not very far away. I think we hope that beyond, within our lifetime, probably we may also get a chance. In our generation, may also get a chance. Right? But more than anything else, what happens in academic point of view, many of these space exploration problems in general, as well as including human space flight program and all that, it gives a lot of nice technological challenging problems basically. I can say that confidently from our own experience, especially. And it's a small example maybe. This Aditya L1 mission, that the way it is traditionally looked at it is a 3-body problem thing, but we looked at it from a 4-body point of view in a very different way. And then we can actually come up with some solution which whereby you can actually extend the station keeping time of that satellite. I mean, that's what our proposition is all about. But in general, I think we are in the right time, right? I mean, the younger generation are very fortunate. It's actually not really kind of fascination anymore. The country actually offers a lot of real platforms, good platforms to just conceive and demonstrate and prove that their ideas and all that. So we are very fortunate to have participated in this, I mean, the broad spectrum of ISRO's initiative, and also gives a lot of collaborative opportunities, not only academics, but also industry point of view. So it is very good to see all that, and I hope this journey will continue for more and more bigger and bigger, and it will offer take us to new heights with short period of time, maybe in about 5-10 years time. So with that, probably I will stop here and leave it to others to speak.
Right. Thank you, Professor Padi. Dr. UK Singh, I hope your audio is okay now.
Yeah, last part it was okay. Am I audible now?
Yeah, very loud and clear.
Am I audible? Okay.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah,
okay.
yeah.
So
Yes.
good afternoon, everybody, and yeah, good afternoon, everybody, and thanks a lot for inviting. It's quite exciting, in fact, and I think ISRO has shown way to the industry and all the countrymen that if there is a willingness to do the work, I think things will move. And one of the things which perhaps we are having experience, particularly we saw that in Leh area there was no agriculture which was being done, and now they are flourishing, at least during the summer, utilizing the solar light and having the greenhouse effects. So perhaps my view is maybe once we are going to the another planet, one of the thing can be it is going to the Paleolithic age, where we can have the caves, maybe with the help of a robot, and perhaps growing up of vegetables or the food items can be one of the things, because I think the moment we are going for the human mission, we have to take many items from here, including the food items where DRDO is participating. There are many other things associated with the food, water, how to recycle, how to regenerate, and how to do the waste management, as Dr. Unikrishnan was telling about that. So perhaps one of the things which can happen is, yes, making our own caves, and then perhaps start building the things. Yes, inflatable items are another choice which can go. But along with that, in fact, yes, making it sure that during the mission, all the safety measures are taken, as it is already told in the slides also. So for human mission, DRDO has contributed to the recovery vehicle, parachute systems, and then we have also developed basically doing the simulations model for the radiation, because that is another thing. Besides microgravity, next challenge is to have the protection from the radiation, and find out what kind of radiations will be there when the human space mission is being conducted. And then in fact, besides that, whatever is the food item which person had to take, we have to have a delivery mechanisms. And so in view of that, perhaps a study for the microgravity is very important, and perhaps long-term plan can be that few individuals along with the robots can help in making the first intermediate platform, intermediate bases or habitat, and then perhaps from there we can have the launching platform to go further across. For having the long missions, particularly, yes, of course, what is needed is totally change of propulsion system which we are presently having, because if we have to go beyond Mars, we have to have propulsion system which can take us very quickly and perhaps bring us back if it is needed. And of course, there had to be medical support systems. Then for there itself, though chemical energy is very good for the initial propulsion, staying in the orbit perhaps requires lesser energy, but then unless we are going for the nuclear and thermal energy, where the large requirement of energy can be generated, and it can help in having the not a city, but maybe to start with perhaps 1 room or 2 room where multiple people can stay. This is going to be, there is going to be a lot of challenge. Industry also is already, as it is shown, that industry had to be taken on board, and since again how the fire is going to be, basically would like to cook the food over there or something, then there had to be seen that study had to be done how the fire and inflation happens in the upper space. And I think a lot of challenges are there for all the people who are working in this particular domain, and it's good that more than 200 industries are already working. As people have to take it very recently, we have seen that people have gone from Jeff Bezos as well as Sir Richard Branson have already touched the age of the Kálmán line. I think there is a lot of scope for space tourism, where India can play a decisive role for having the training, particularly human-centric training mechanism can be established here. Presently, it is there only in IAM. Multiple centers can be opened where people can be trained, and then perhaps they can be taken to the space. I think this is what I can say during this particular time, and I think a lot of opportunity there for the academia and all the labs. What we need to have a system which can have the breathable air, particularly oxygen, and how to regenerate or recirculate, so that whole one room, which can be a vehicle come home, can be there, which can land on a platform, and then it can also have the capability to fly back in the space so that it can return. So a lot of ideas are there which can help in making this kind of systems which can be life sustaining, and it can continue to grow. Thanks a lot. This is what from my side. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Singh. Let me, Mr. Pavan Ranga, CMD Ranks in Aerospace, your comments, your views.
Sir, thank you. First of all, I want to thank ISRO, ISRO, and CII for giving us an opportunity to share our thoughts. Secondly, it is an honor to be part of this very elite panel. Thank you, sir. Sir, I bring a perspective from the industry side as a company that is closely working with the HSFC. We are providing, we are jointly working on thermal management systems, humidity control systems, and some communication systems for the human space mission. So first of all, I want to definitely put it out there that we work a lot with the defense and aerospace as well, but we have seen an incredible culture in ISRO, sir, to nurture and develop companies that are now emerging, and the knowledge is limited in these areas. And there has been a fantastic partnership and collaborative working between ISRO and private sector companies that they're engaged with. By the way, the private sector, I think by and large faces, very known challenges, but I just want to put it out there. The first challenge has been that historically, most of the private sector companies in India have focused on build to spec or build to print manufacturing or design services. Really, very few of us have invested in real R&D developmental programs at a product, system, or even a subsystem level, mostly because of the lack of visibility of subsequent volume production orders. I think this is changing in the space side, with ISRO really leading the race globally in non-human missions of different varieties. And I'm sure that will be the case in human mission as well. So that is one challenge, and we all ourselves are migrating from being a design and a manufacturing services company to a product company. It's a different mindset, sir, in terms of R&D and development. The second challenge that we face as we really don't have a structured platform for interface with with academia and national government agencies. Because there is so much knowledge in the academia and so much knowledge and funding and test capability, qualification capability in the government agencies. When we know people, we approach them, but there is really no structured platform. I think InSpace is trying to do some work there that is a fantastic boon for us. But I think a structured platform there will really help in really getting the best out of all three aspects or verticals of the arms of this. For us, the other challenge has been when we look at subsystems, some subsystems are available in India, some we have to import from outside. And when we have to import from outside, there is a huge supply chain challenge because these guys want to dump these subsystems onto us as soon as possible, whereas we need to test them at a system or a larger subsystem level and then approve these subsystems. So I think on the supply chain side, there is that challenge which we are overcoming. And I think the platform where there is a structured interaction between academia, government, national agencies, and industry, I think we're seeing some action there as well, which is really encouraging. And finally, I also believe that it will really help. And I think America and some other countries have done that well. We have grants for R&D for defense programs, sir. We should have specific grants for space program R&D projects taken up by private sector, because there are a lot of, like the Johari window, there are a lot of things we don't know. And so the R&D is even more complicated and even more stage-wise here. So, but it is a very exciting and a wonderful journey. We have ourselves, as one of the private sector companies, we have had a very steep learning curve, very incredibly steep learning curve over the last 2 years, working with ISRO and the other agencies on this wonderful program. So I think there are a lot of things to be done, but I also believe that there is some wonderful things happening in enabling us to participate in such programs of national pride. And these are the few thoughts I wanted to share as somebody from the private sector, sir.
Thank you, Pawan. You're really bringing out some of the key issues that you are facing, especially this. This is why I wanted to ask you also how you can harness the best of brain from academia. What sort of interaction you have? We will discuss later. Sure. May I call upon Dr. Srikumar?
Thank you, Dr. Nikesh. It's a pleasure to be part of this interesting discussion. At the very beginning, you had indicated what's the connection between Gaganyaan and space exploration. That's interesting. So I will come to that point in a few minutes. But science has always been a very important part of space exploration in all agencies globally. But today, with programs like Gaganyaan, we're actually seeing it transition into a new phase. It is expanding beyond the general realm of science research that either study the Earth, solar system, or the universe, to things which we can use the microgravity space for various interesting studies, technology, biology, fundamental sciences, and many other things. So it's a key important thing, as in case of space sciences, is to really make sure there is a large community of people in the country and even internationally who will participate in this access to this new space that is being provided. And if I may make a comment on that in terms of, which is a very nice thing that in the early 2 missions of Gaganyaan, we are allowing are encouraging experiments. But as we look at the larger community, and as part of those discussions, we've had many dialogues with the academic groups in the country. What may be very useful is to really minimize the time frame from laboratory experimentation to actual flight on a microgravity platform. That is true for all space missions. And today, one of the concerns that academics often said is the long gestation time between concept or submission proposal to actually getting it up in space, because the development process is much longer than what most scientific communities are used to. So one of the ways in which you can actually do that is to really bring in both the industry as well as a centralized focus group within maybe the ISRO system that actually interfaces very cleanly with regard to areas that are not necessarily the core competence of many of these academic groups. They should really focus on the experiment, making sure the experiment gets the best scientific and technical result while we minimize interface. And if there is some common level of interface that could be discussed in the form of a standardized lab, standardized reactors, etc., we can actually have a large throughput of experiments coming through our Gaganyaan program and related programs beyond that. Now, in looking at space sciences in the last 25 years, when we first discovered the first set of planets outside the solar system, the connection between, or the boundaries between planetary science, which is largely relevant, contained within our solar system, astronomy, which was all away from the solar system, and the sun has all been integrated into looking at connections between planet and the sun and the star around which these planets have been found. So there is a new interest in actually looking at the area of astrobiology, and once again, the human space program, exploration of nearby planets like Mars, asteroids, etc., would have direct relevance to the science that is being focused on this new emerging program. You have already discussed the various science missions that are coming up. These are all exciting things, and one of the things I'd like to really point out, and consistent with what you have said, is that the technologies that are going to be developed for the human space program will indeed have a lot of implications for science experiments as well. A good example of that would be, you mentioned the idea of inflatable systems, and today we're looking at trying to do exciting things from Venus, which has an incredibly difficult environment to really land on it. One of the easiest things to do, or one of the interim things to do, would be to really consider a flotation system in the atmosphere of Venus to really for is there life in the benign environment, or 60, 70 kilometers, where the pressures are reasonable, temperature reasonable, and the flotation experiment is actually an exciting thing. And I think we could actually piggyback the development that is now happening for the human space program. And finally, with regard to the industry involvement, I mean, again, looking at how do we create throughput of these things, and we today find that involvement of industry, we would really need to ramp up. That's what it will enable us to do rapid payload development. I mean, many of our colleagues in the country from the academic side have great ideas, but translating that to space-worthy experiments in ruggedness, etc., are challenging often. And we'd really like the industry to get very heavily involved in these things, where you actually, after the demonstration of a prototype in the laboratory, you can actually take it into the to an industry partner, really converts that to a space for the experiments. And this is critical when you're looking at in situ measurements, like you have a rover on a distant object, distant body, where you want that autonomous operation of these things. Many a time they are in extreme environments. For the next big lunar mission that we're now considering, where we want to go to the poles of moon, where the temperatures can plummet down to 100 degrees Kelvin. A real challenge is how do we really manage to do this with experiments that are typically not designed for such environments. So this is a critical issue. Orbiters, we'd like to see long-term orbiters. And of course, severe radiation environments, and when you go to distant regions like the Jupiter, where today there is a NASA mission to go to Europa, where there's believed there is an ocean below the icy surface. But the extreme environment, radiation environment of Jupiter, is incredibly difficult to do. And finally, science can actually also add to this human exploration program. In particular, let me emphasize the point that the issue of space weather, instantaneous, eventually prediction, but at least right now, being able to know the state of the sun with regard to its activity. Some comes from scientific missions that are watching the sun. Prediction is part of that effort, and there are models that have been worked out, etc. There are discussions about what is called pulsar navigation. That is, to go beyond a certain point in our space exploration, we will have to look at these X-ray pulsars are objects that are actually precisely pulsating, giving signals at very precise frequencies, and which can then be used to navigate back to where you want to go. Radiation environment is constantly changing, very critical both for experiments as well as humans, and of course, finally, for when you're looking at exploiting resources in space, that is, so where are these resources? What are the kind of things we need to invest in, etc., would come from science experiments. So I hope this this connection between exploration and human space program would, in my view, be a continuing program. As you rightly said, the robotic mission goes off, does the early work, and then you come back and say, how far can you go with humans? So I look forward to interesting discussions. Thank you.
Maybe you had a very long stint in science missions, and we have a roadmap also for our science mission. But now a question is now how it is going to broaden in future, this science mission, and especially the extra role of industries and academia in the sustenance of such R&D missions. Usually such missions are R&D. We don't know what we are going to get out of it. So do you find the new, that in space and related mechanisms are there, we are going to accelerate more, the industries are going to play more role. In that case, what could be the role of industries and academia in such science missions in future? I mean, your own thoughts.
Yeah. What I see there is, as I mentioned earlier, I mean, the concept of what is the good science to address at a given time is something that I think our community can come up with. Because there is global exchange of information, we know what is the pressing issues to be addressed. The difficulty often is actually translating that desire of a particular investigation into an experiment that meets a resource crunch on a spacecraft. And that is where industry comes in, because many a time, like today, we have our academic partners trying, some often struggling to really connect, looking at how to design, whether it's optics, whether it's structure, whether it's actually alignment requirements, because you're looking at optics of a very high level of accuracy requirements, and electronics, which have to soon move into onboard processing. See, today, even for our Venus mission, a big challenge is how to bring all the data down. Our experimenters are not ready with trying to look at the cutting edge ways of doing it. Industry is much more capable and ready and more experienced in actually trying to design methods under which we would actually do great experiments with minimal resources, which space always is going to provide. So I see a huge kind of ability for industry to participate in it, and this is necessary. And one of the repercussions I can see is this, that there could be a greater an increase in the cost of how we do missions, experiments, because now we have partners outside. ISRO used to support dramatically an incredibly large fraction of this area, but today we may not be able to do that in future, and hence industry may come in, but that's the price we pay for it. But I think that's the way to really increase the throughput, increase ways by which we can do much more challenging experiments, and ensure the connectivity in academia, ISRO, and industry continues in a very fruitful manner.
Thank you, Dr. Srikumar. We have Dr. Ranganathan Sadashiva, he is CTO of Hybris IT HP India. Over to you, Dr. Ranganath.
Thanks, sir. A great opportunity for me to speak here and right context from Professor Srikumar as well. So when we look at the entire world today, we speak of in non-space related terms. Something that's hitting every person is something called as digital transformation. But what I'm seeing here today, and what we're seeing across the globe, is the digital transformation is happening in space as well, which essentially gives a lot of leeway for players like us. We essentially fall into the area of infrastructure service providers, basically catering with compute capabilities, data handling capabilities, connectivity capabilities, artificial intelligence, and how do you kind of do artificial intelligence. That's the gist of what we do as technology service providers for various other things. And we do that for a lot of space research organizations within the country and globally as well. So what typically was being done on the ground is essentially now trying to go towards space. And in the context of what we see a lot of edge-related devices getting into play, which means that there are more devices which are generating data. There are more devices that needs to be included in an AI algorithm. There is more communication that needs to happen between devices. That's the context in which we are seeing that. And from an HP perspective, we are working to ensure that a lot of the capabilities that we had in terms of processing capabilities, a case in hand that I can relate to is something that we did with NASA, where we actually put across a very high performance compute resource in the latest launch, last year, in the beginning of the year. And that in the context of its capability was far, far superior than what we had done in 2017, and definitely superior than what it was. The aim of the experiment there was to ensure that what was got standard, standardly available infrastructure that was hardened to the requirements of space missions, whether it is in terms of hardening of the infrastructure itself, or looking at how it is capable of handling the pressures of a liftoff and those kind of things. So it was an experiment that was jointly done. But eventually what happened was we were able to kind of take a lot of compute power onto these edge devices. So imagine a spacecraft which has a large amount of data that is generated within this the the sensors that are there, and or it could be for things that are used for the people who are onboarded on that. The typical use cases that what they were involved in was one, understanding the parameters there and taking a decision through analyzing the data there because they had the compute capability. Or in a healthcare kind of an scenario, they could basically look at the astronauts who were there and how they could really do some analysis then and there, and the preventive healthcare or monitoring of healthcare, all these diagnostics could be done. So that is where we are trying to do. The further you go, the latency problems will increase. So there is a need for self-sufficiency in those devices that are going to go outer and outer. When you go outer and outer, that is where we have been really working with the industry here to bring in a lot of compute capability, bring in AI logic into it. When you're talking of AI logic, again, it could be very segregated. In fact, we are working on one technology called swamp learning, where essentially multiple AI projects could actually contribute without really sharing whatever is not to be shared, in the context of what is really essential, and through a cumulative way increase your capabilities of delivering AI, which can perhaps avoid a bias or perhaps avoid the the tenant problems of artificial intelligence. So in that context, that's where we play a role, and glad to hear that the kind of projects that are here today will only become more intensive in terms of the ability to compute, the ability to kind of do analytics or hold data as well. So that is the overall gambit in which we play, apart from the thoughts that we have when you're doing a high performance computing, for a lot of other data that's come out of satellites and stuff like that. But that's the opportunity that I see when I listen to all of y'all here.
Thank you, Dr. Signathan. But I think I may ask a question because we discussed about artificial intelligence, AI-enabled robotics. So, in fact, this is one area where it is going to play a very exciting and meaningful complementary role with the humans in space or as precursor missions. Especially if you look at the mining of asteroid, probably these asteroids are small, a few kilometer type of thing, where probably such a combination could work wonders. Where are we in terms of artificial AI-enabled robotics in the country? Or if you look at it, what type of a collaboration between industry and academia so that we get products readily available which we can pick and fly?
Yeah. So there is a maturity curve within the country around AI and its establishments. Certain areas are fairly ahead. If you take banking, for instance, their inclusion of AI for certain specific use cases has been very, very good. But you will see that there is a need for humans to work with AI as well. I'm sure when somebody calls you today, it is not a human who's calling, but a robot that's calling from the other side. To that extent, there is that proliferation that's happening. But the good and bad about it is that there are only certain use cases that we see. The AI implementation as something that can be carried across multiple work areas is something that's missing today. A more comprehensive approach is absolutely needed. When you're looking at AI, whether it is how you kind of accumulate data and how do you add intelligence over it, it cannot be very siloed. It has to kind of break silos and move ahead. That is the challenge that we are looking at when you want to have AI at scale. But very specifically for in the area of robotics, I, at least from an India perspective, my experience, I don't see a lot of things really happening, in large scales. But a lot of smaller use cases are coming into play. So we should be working on it, and then looking at how we can kind of scale. When you're looking at a program like yours, there needs to be a lot of things that needs to be incorporated. So that scale is what really matters, and that is where I think we're kind of struggling.
Right. Thank you. Mr. Dr. V.T. Bhaskar. Dr. Bhaskar.
Yeah. I am responding. Am I audible?
Yeah, now you are audible.
Yeah.
Please go ahead. Your views and your comments.
Yes, sir. As you rightly told initially regarding the connection between space conference, our space voyage and interplanetary explorations sort of thing. Already Professor Sri Kumar also has reiterated the connections. What I would like to tell is the launch vehicle GSLV Mark III, or rather in short what we call as LVM-3, can cater to both. And as on now, our GSLV Mark III vehicle is man-rated for our Gaganyaan program. And this we have done in one of the most efficient ways. Generally, as you are aware, sir, a launch vehicle and its design, its configuration are all assessed by one factor called payload fraction. So this payload fraction is different for a normal payload, and it is different for a human space mission. And invariably for human space missions, this payload fraction will be lower due to the obvious reason that the crew safety is taken into the consideration. Even in this case also, the Gaganyaan man-rated GSLV Mark III vehicle, in short, we call HLVM-3, has a better human payload fraction compared to the vehicles in vogue, or rather the general man-rated vehicle being considered now. However, this is not adequate when we consider missions for longer stay, human space missions for longer stay. Right now, our HLVM-3 is 10-ton class for human space missions. This 10-ton capability may not be adequate when we really plan for space missions for longer duration, or as earlier told by our chairman, like human space applications like asteroid mining, this sort of things. So there is a definite requirement for augmenting the capability of the launch vehicle to take higher mass. We are having few programs, that is the near future as well as long-time programs, to achieve this higher capability. Already, as I mentioned, because the vehicle design is already sort of higher efficiency is inbuilt, even small improvements can increase only in sort of kgs in payload augmentation. But what is required for our future missions is in tons. So a wholesale sort of change or augmentation is required. So we are planning that. As our session chairman has initially shown, the vehicle, it has primarily 3 stages. Initial S200 solid stage, then one liquid stage, it's a big liquid stage, and terminal, a big cryo stage. Now, the second liquid stage will be converted or will be replaced by a semi-cryo stage. And the terminal cryo stage, which is having a capability which we call now C25, will be converted to a C32 stage. Also, the inert mass for the terminal stage will be optimized. One more major advanced application what we will be implementing is mini and microelectronics. So thereby the total mass of the avionics will be brought down. In addition to this, we are looking into the application of high strength composites for motor cases. So the immediate targets are now higher, that is what we call as a C32 cryo stage, then mini electronics. These are all immediate targets, and medium term targets are semi cryo, that is maybe another 2 to 3 years we will be implementing. Then the long time plan is one of the thing is composite motor cases. But even with the immediate and medium targets itself, we will be augmenting the capability of this launch vehicle to a substantial level of at least 2 to 3 tons more in LEO orbit for human mission purpose. So in this, when we do all these things, we need a lot of interactions and lot of supports from both academia as well as private industries. So we are also looking for a combined platform and a larger cooperation in this our endeavor. I think with this, I would like to pass on to Chairman.
Thank you, Dr. Bhaskar. Yes, you have touched upon the payload enhancing techniques. What about cost cutting measures? This right now Mark III is a fully expendable vehicle. You have any plans to make it at least partially reusable?
Yes, sir. You have brought the appropriate point, sir. Yes, we are, and one aspect is the first stage and the second stage, especially the L110 stage and S200, that initial two motor cases. Those things, if we recover, we have a lot of cost advantage. So already studies are on, and initial mini projects we have that center level projects are approved for landing experiments, that we have to do few enabling technologies. One is the capability to take a wing body or a large body to the land and safely landing it. Already through our, of course, our Dr. Unnikrishnan himself is the veteran who has successfully done the SRE mission, re-entry and safe recovery. We are some more augmentation with landing is also planned. Probably within 1 year it will be, that technology also will be demonstrated. Plus landing on legs, like what SpaceX is doing. That experiment is also planned probably within this year or next year. So with that, we will be having more or most critical enabling technologies for recovering or safely retrieving our stages. Once that technology we are mastering and we have a handle, surely we will try to retrieve, and that will have a lot of cost advantage.
Okay, Bhaskar. Thank you very much. Now the last panelist, Mr. Vinod.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman, panel members, and other participants. First of all, let me thank for giving me the opportunity. Since I'm working in the life support system, my focus will be mainly on the life support system development. As you know, the Gaganyaan mission is unlike other ISRO missions, which is basically a human-centric mission. So we cannot think about a human space mission without a life support system. So life support system, as we know, it is a system of system which is spread across the total crew module. The main function is to support the crew comfort or the crew safety and the crew survival in that harsh environment, which is going to experience during a manned mission. So to meet that one, we need to have engineering systems, mainly to manage the thermal and humidity aspects of the crew module as well as the crew, and to provide breathing oxygen and to maintain the total environment conducive for a human survival. For that, in addition to that one, in addition to engineering systems, we need to work on human-centric products like food, water, etc. And also important is the personal hygiene system, which has to be managed in a microgravity condition, in a closed environment. And the major constraints or challenges what we are facing in developing the system is, the first one is a compact system, which has to be accommodated in a confined space. Then, of course, the reliability is of utmost concern, because the system is directly related to crew safety and crew comfort, so we cannot compromise on the reliability. At the same time, all this system has to work in microgravity condition. So for a Gaganyaan, just as an appraisal for Gaganyaan, we have advanced with the design and the systems are in the realization phase. And for the realization, we are very much dependent upon the industry for getting the system tested or realized. And over and above, we are interacting with the national labs and academia for getting systems or technologies that are available outside. But the requirement does not end with the Gaganyaan, and we need to think beyond Gaganyaan. And when we think about long duration mission, which is more intensive, from technologically intensive, the philosophy itself, the philosophy of life support itself is going to change, because we need to think about highly reliable system, and we need to think about regenerative system, where the amount of consumables, the requirement of consumable will be more when we think about a long duration. So we need to have a system which will get regenerated itself, or even we have to consider about a bio-regenerative system where the food itself is getting produced in space. The main concern is that we cannot have an immediate abort like a low orbit mission. For a long duration mission, we cannot have an abort and coming back to Earth for a safe condition. That is not possible. So the system shall be robust enough to take care of all these things, and the amount of replenishment or the resupply, that is also not in a comfortable situation for a long duration mission. So to develop this one, currently we are interacting with our academia and national institutes for developing the cutting edge technology, which is related to, which are the building blocks of regenerative ECLSS. And these technologies will not only help in our mission, but it will have possible spin-offs also, which will help our society in total. So these are the, and for these aspects, we need to have very good support from our academia, as well as in materializing the research platform. We need industry support. That can be a joint effort. We need to work together for developing this system, which is our long-term goal. So these all are my points for consideration.
How do you find, what are the spin-offs possible from this system?
Sir, if you historically see, most of the spin-offs from human space missions are accidental, because it was not intended for that one, but later it was found that this can be used for some other application. For example, NASA, that space shuttle, that fuel pump, they have converted that into that left ventricular assist device, which is basically a heart pump which can support a heart patient till a donor is available for, like an interim management they can do. Another spin-off what we have observed is that radial tire. Radial tire is, I think it's a NASA development material for parachute that they have later converted into higher durable radial tires. Then another area is that docking and all, whether this laser technology for close range operation and docking for misalignment correction they have used. Later it is converted as a LASIK technology for ophthalmic treatment and all. Then another prospect what we can see is the wastewater recycling. When we think about this regenerative ECLSS, mainly the contribution of mass saving will come from when you recycle the water or wastewater. So if we can use, currently technologies are available, but the space technologies means it will be one order higher reliable and durable. So once the technology is available means the water is going to be a scarce item. So we can consider thinking of technologies for wastewater recycling and all. And of course, our environmental air quality, air scrubber, we are maintaining a close volume for long duration to the same quality. So all these are the possible spin-offs we can consider from as an outcome of this technology.
Right. Okay, thank you, Mr. Vinod. So I can see Ms. Akriti has appeared, indicating that the time is about to be over. But maybe the last question to Mr. Pavan. Mr. Pavan, I just want to ask you, see, though CEOs of companies in US like Jeff Bezos, they are all flying in their vehicle, going and experiencing microgravity and coming back. So there is space tourism. There is a huge potential where you can get a few minutes microgravity. Apart from that, it's a very what you call an adventurous sport. Do you find a future for space tourism, and do you think industries will come forward and invest and take up some activities that will enrich the area of space tourism?
Sir, I very strongly believe that there is a very good future for space tourism. I think humans are intuitively very curious, creatures, and we are all, very curious to know how it feels to be in microgravity. Also, I think, over time, this space tourism is going to get more and more affordable. Today, you have to have a few $1 million to travel. But I believe that in the next 10, 15, 20 years, this is going to become a lot more affordable. It is not going to be cheap or economical, but it is going to be affordable by a lot many more people. And I think this is where a country like India and a wonderful organization like ISRO can really kind of become a leader, global leader, because today the cost at which ISRO is able to do missions is unfathomable anywhere else in the world. But the benefit of that is seen only by a few, because we are collecting data, information. There is a lot of pride. But in an area like space tourism, if ISRO can cut the costs down and make it still safe and reliable, I think there is a strong global leadership position that we can take. And I truly believe that many more people in slightly bottom of the pyramid, not really bottom, but higher mid pyramid, will want to explore and experience this great thing of space travel. So I personally believe it is fantastic, and if this also provides an opportunity to bring volume into the picture for manufacturing and design and development, which I think will again go back to help exploratory missions and human missions, because it's kind of a spiral, it's a chicken and egg. So I think that once we have volumes coming into space tourism and manufacturing companies or design and product companies investing in this, both private sector and the government, I think there'll be a great benefit, and India and ISRO stands to really take a leadership position in this.
Yes, thank you, Pavan. I think we have made one round and we heard all the comments and views from all panelists. Very fruitful discussion, I would say, because we heard diverging views, like many issues also, like what was pointed out by industry, how they can get the best of academia through a structured platform. There's supply chain issues, how R&D can be boosted in this industries area. And there are other points, new areas, and so many things have come out in this discussion. Due to paucity of time, probably we may have to conclude the session here and pass the mic to Ms. Akriti Kumari. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. My sincere thanks to all the dignitaries for your time and valuable insights. I would now like to request you all to smile for the camera and allow us to take a group picture for this session.
We are going to get a couple of that, right? Then
We cannot hold the smile for long. Take it.
Yes, so thank you. With this, we come to an end of this session, and we'll start the next session at 5 p.m. Stay tuned. Bye-bye.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Good evening and have a good day.
Thanks, everybody.
Yeah, good day.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Segert. Good to have you here.
So, just a quick question. How will the panel work? Because I've seen different types of panels in India. One where people just give statements, and then potentially also the other where there will be an interaction with the host and questions are asked and so on. So will this be a panel where
Sure.
we are expected to just give statements, or is that more interactive?
So we have Dr. Venkata Krishnan also with us. Good evening, sir. So he is the chairperson for the session. I would request him if he would like to share or if he would like me to explain. So you're on mute.
Yeah, I unmute. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible now.
Good evening to all panelists. It's an interesting topic, definitely. Thanks for the opportunity, first of all. I'll be just kind of a methodology or whatever models we are having right now here is that I have some few slides, 2 or 3, just to kindle or start the discussion in for some direction. We in ISRO, as people who are working in this area for last 4 or 5 decades, we have some vision in mind, which can be different for other panelists also differently. You can always contribute. What we have in mind, I will just add it in a few slides, not as a exhaustive thing, as a random things, just to give the magnitude and direction. So with that, I think people take it forward, and you can add your views. You can have a difference of opinion with whatever I'm having, so that becomes a healthy this one. So I think we are having around 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 participants. Of course, all of you are present here, definitely, and we have 75 minutes, maybe 8 minutes or 6 or 9 minutes we are having for everybody. I think each of us can contribute and make it a healthy discussion, and it's the right time to see that such a discussion is happening, because I have an opinion of mine that it is never or ever, now or never. If it is not happening now, the India is not becoming the space hub for manufacturing right now. Now it is not happening. It is never. That's not my opinion, because I am in the fag end of my career, and I have not seen such a kind of fabulous atmosphere for the industries to come forward and contribute in the recent past, in my 4 decades spanning of experience in ISRO. And if it doesn't happen now, I think if you are not pushing it hard right now and make it happen, it may take more time and more miles to go to happen again in the second round. The first round itself, we should capture it. Such a kind of thing is happening right now in India. I think this is the kind of starting momentum I want to give for this discussion. Thank you.
Sounds good, Dr. Venkata Krishnan. Hello. Hi.
Yeah, hello. Nice to see all of you.
Yeah, good evening, Mr. Venkata Krishnan. Soundararajan here, LMW.
Only few of them are new to me. Of course, others are all. No, I am a hardcore mechanical and metallurgy person. I'm mechanical materials and electronics. Of course, I know people, send them and all the people, but I don't mostly work with them differently. But as an industry, we have to forge it forward together now, because more of I have few slides which I don't want to discuss now, because it's more time to take. When time comes through, I will share some 3 or 4 slides to give a direction to this discussion. I hope that will be useful.
Definitely.
Good evening, Lakshmesh here. Good evening to all of you. Soundararajan.
Good evening, Lakshmesh. Soundararajan here.
Great to see Venkata Krishnan, sir. Long time.
Now, I'm not in executive role right now. No, you may not be seeing so frequently to me.
Yeah, no, I am aware of that, but I'm very glad that you are in, no matter where you are in the space community, and I'm sure you have to guide all of us all the time.
I thank CBPO, Antrix, NSIL, and CII for giving this opportunity to meet all of you once again and take part of this very important discussion what we are going to have for 1 hour.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for joining us today, and good evening to everybody.
Welcome, MB Reddy, Tom Sakrat. Good evening. Dheeraj Keskar. Dheeraj is here somewhere?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
All joined, sir.
Yeah.
Good evening, sir. How are you, sir?
Yeah, fine. Yeah. And Vinod
Yes, sir.
Chipati and Bert Mona.
Yes, sir. Good evening, sir.
Yeah.
Good afternoon.
Yeah. Good afternoon or good evening, as per your. So once you are Rachana, I think once you are telling that we are starting, we can start the discussion.
So
And,
we still have 5 minutes to begin.
I have the sharing rights.
So we'll share the rights once the introduction is done. We'll share the rights with you. And we still have 5 minutes to go. So I'll request my colleague Payal, who's coordinating this session, to start the discussions at 5 sharp, sir.
Sure.
Just for information, we are also live on YouTube right now.
We have saved some time now. By my initial comments are over already. So as impatient I am always. Something always, no.
Yeah. So that will leave us with more time for discussions.
Thank you. Meanwhile, should I send these 4 slides to you so that you can air it?
Yes, sir. You can do that.
Sharing. Sometimes I find some
Yes, sir.
lost in the sharing process. Of course, I don't know. I don't hope anything will happen here. Cisco platform. Hope.
Sure, sir. You can share that with us for a backup.
I can reply to your mail, Jindal.
Yes, sir.
I'll do it so that it becomes easy. You can save some time.
Rachana ji, if I required, others also can get sharing rights, no?
Yes, sir.
I have shared it. Hope you got it. A reply mail to whatever I got, I shared it right now. 4 slides. Hope you got it.
So I'm still receiving some mails, so I'll acknowledge on.
Yeah.
Payal, maybe we can start.
Sure, Rachna. Hello, good evening, and welcome back, everyone. We'll now move on to our last session for the conference that is focused on Can India be the hub for space manufacturing? Before we begin with this session, I would like to request all our speakers to kindly keep their mics on mute and unmute while speaking. The session will be chaired by Dr. P.V. Venkata Krishnan, Satish Dhawan Prof, ISRO. Dr. Venkata Krishnan joined ISRO in 1983 and worked as a Director Capacity Building Program Office in ISRO headquarters. He's got over 35 years of experience in the aerospace materials and manufacturing field. He has also contributed in the area of non-metallic materials like ceramic and glass ceramics, thermal barrier coatings, and high-end insulation materials. He received many awards for his achievements in space sector. We have other esteemed speakers for the session. We have with us Professor Satyan Subbiah, Coordinator, Extraterrestrial Manufacturing Research Group, IIT Madras. Professor Satyan Subbiah is currently working as a professor in the Department of Mechanical Engineering at IIT Madras. His current activities include teaching modeling and simulation in manufacturing, automation in manufacturing, exploring research in space manufacturing, diamond coatings, membranes, novel manufacturing processes, tribo emissions, and graphene exfoliation. Our next esteemed panelist for today is Mr. Lakshmesh BH, Head Missiles and Aerospace Business, Larsen & Toubro. Mr. Lakshmesh is a mechanical engineering graduate with MBA and leadership certifications from multiple global renowned institutions and is currently heading the missiles and aerospace business operations at L&T Defense. With the purpose of collectively building the future of India, he has been working hard in developing a defense and aerospace cluster in South India. He is on the DNA expert panel of CII Tamil Nadu National Space Committee of CII, expert panel on AIDAT, and a National Council member of ISSE. We have with our next panelist, Mr. M.B. Reddy, JMD Astro Microwave Products Limited. Mr. Venkateshwar Reddy is the Joint Managing Director at Astro Microwave Products Limited and has over 30 years of experience in handling marketing and business operations in the domains of defense, space, meteorology, and telecom segments. His extensive experience includes handling both domestic as well as overseas customers. Our next panelist for today is Mr. Tom Sigurd, Director, Azista BST Aerospace India. Mr. Tom is the visionary behind Berlin Space Technologies and is fostering space industry that is truly commercial since almost 2 decades. As a logical step to implement his vision, he has built a factory in collaboration with Azista Industries in India. This joint venture called Azista BST Aerospace. In 2020, Tom was recognized as a leader in the global space industry, Karman Fellow. We'll move on to our next panelist for the session, Mr. K. Soundararajan, Director Operations, Lakshmi Machine Works. Mr. Soundararajan is the Director Operation at Lakshmi Machine Works and is heading Machine Tool, Foundry and Advanced Technology Center. His present responsibility includes setting up a state-of-the-art composite facility to cater to space and aviation needs. He's joined the board of Lakshmi Machine Works from 1st November 2017. He was the chairman of LMW Textile Machinery Company Limited, China, until 2015 and returned to India as President MTD, Foundry and ATC. He is with Lakshmi Machine Works since 1973 and was heading various functions, including supply chain management. Our next panelist for today's session is Mr. Dheeraj V. Keskar, who's head Aerospace and Missile Business, Walchand Nagar Industries Limited. Mr. Dheeraj currently heads WIL's Aerospace and Missiles Business Operations at Walchand Nagar and has been associated with it for over 18 years. With his strong business acumen and analytic ability with capability of identifying business trends and opportunities, he's brought about transformation changes in the growth of business. Our next panelist is Mr. Vinod Chipalkatti, President, Strategic Electronics BU, Centum Group. Mr. Vinod is the President, Strategic Electronics Business Unit at Centum Electronics Limited, Bangalore, and has over 32 years of experience. He served Indian Space Research Organization in Bangalore for 10 years, working on system integration of India's communication satellites. Subsequently, he joined Centum Electronics in the year 2000 as Head of Design and Engineering. Our last panelist for today's session is Mr. Bert Mona, CEO, Hyperion Technologies. Mr. Bird did his MSc at the TU Delft in the field of analog circuit design in 1992. In 1996, he finished his PhD at the TU Delft in the structure design and analog chip design. He was closely involved in the design of the first and second CubeSat. In 2013, he was one of the co-founders of Hyperion Technologies, currently acting as the CEO. With this, I would like to welcome all the panelists to this session and would now like to invite Dr. P.V. Venkatakrishnan for his opening remarks and would request him to kindly take the session forward. Over to you, please.
Thank you, Payal, for the nice interface to start this session. And good evening to all my panel members, Satyam Subaya, Lakshmesh, M.V. Reddy, Tom Dhagret, Soundar Rajan, Dheeraj Keshkar, Vinod Chipalgatti, and Bert Mona. Once again, a warm welcome from ISRO, as well as the CII, NSIL, and TRIGS for this particular evening 1 hour session. And I only have a small change I wanted to make in your heading. Definitely, you have put can India be the space? Can India be the hub for space manufacturing? I wanted that to be changed as a small change. India can be the hub for space manufacturing. That's all. With that, I will start. Okay. The doubt should not be there. If you want to do something, the doubt should not be there. That's what is happening always in space. Space is full of doubts because of high risk and money involved. So when the space person is chicken-hearted, he can't do anything, I'm telling you. So there is risk involved, there is technological risk involved, there is money risk involved, everything is involved in space. Once you are into space, I think there is a space culture which is highly risky. It can go this way or that way. And hopefully, I think we all should believe that it can only this way. That's how ISRO has come to this thus far, so far. Okay. So I will tell that India can be the hub of space manufacturing, of course. Can you share the videos from your side? Just food for thought I thought I'll just share this kind of a small, I think this is the, I have put the same thing because I cannot change the heading from my side because I am only a chairman. So only thing my suggestion is India can be, okay, question mark also will be going out. Okay. And I want once again welcome all the participants and panelists. Next. So encouraging trends, what has happened in the past one or 2 years, couple of years as a prelude, I can tell you, that's what I'm telling now or never. Space reforms have happened, which is facilitating Pandora's box to be open for industries to come forward. Lot of eyebrows with ISRO people itself, I'm telling you, not that it's not that uncommon also, because any drastic change will definitely bring some doubts and some kind of a fear, definitely. But all these things are part of change management. Definitely this has to happen. Under the anxiety and fear is not there. You are not attached to the system. Okay. If you're attached to the system only, you are having anxiety and fear, what will happen? Otherwise, no, if you're detached, you won't be having all these things. So these things are part of the game, definitely. We have to take it forward, definitely. There's no other way because resources are limited for a country like India. And we need to see that much resources are pulled in only because more partners are coming in from private, public, and academia, and even professional bodies are also mooted. Space reforms, the formation of InSpace and NSIL are rather encouraging things what has happened in the past. PSLV fully going to industry as a starting point, definitely. And that is one real acid test for the industry to see that they are well trained to take up any more challenging fully integrated work in future for other countries also. Wider academia collaboration, definitely, that also is happening right now. High capex facilities sharing with ISRO. There are a lot of money saving for the industries. That was really putting them into the back foot for years to come. So this is one of the very heartening things to happen in the space reforms. Small satellite technology transfer also is happening now. Good aerospace manufacturing base and quality system already available. Enthusiasm of industries to collaborate and complement is now we can see that private, public, academia collaboration, professional bodies also happening. Emergence of large number of startups and enthusiasts from younger generation to take it forward further. FDI attraction because of all the above favoring ecosystem ingredients. Of course, it's a kind of a fallback. What I can tell you, a kind of side effect or after effect what is happening because of all this favorable ecosystem and so on. Never ever before enthusiasm is generated in the last couple of years. Next. So I would just have some random examples where we have been just shying away or slightly, hesitant to get into or jump into. We need to jump into many of the technologies. Some of them which I am familiar I'm putting here. There may be many more in other sectors also. So 3D printing, of course, we are shying because we just don't want to translate the existing thing into 3D printing. That is going to be more costly. That will be redesigned. So we need to have a concerted approach towards that and a positive approach towards that kind of thing, because that is going to be you can call it a disruptive technology. I won't call it a disruptive technology. My terminology, nothing is disruptive actually, because many things are happening because of this. You have die casting vanishing, for foundry vanishing, sometimes welding vanishing, like whatever. No, in digital imaging now, the photo film has vanished just like that. No. So many things will vanish in 3D printing. 3D printing is really going to, even EDM and all other things will vanish in 3D printing. I'm telling you, a lot of technologies, non-traditional technologies, non-conventional technologies, what we have really learned, which has never become conventional even, because it's continued to be non-conventional all throughout my career. Because I always thought, no, once you are starting it much more in a much more for much more components in a much more increased manner, the non-conventional tag will go out of that. It never went actually. EDM continued to be non-conventional. Laser machining continued to be non-conventional. All these things, because I was thinking when it will become conventional, because when we start using it in a much more accelerated fashion, only all these things will come. But before that becomes non-conventional, we are going to get to another technology which is going to really embrace you in the future. So we have been always hesitant to see that we are jumping into new technologies, which is very, very, very positive happening outside. When you just see the trend, you should grab it also. That's what I'm telling. So collaborative research culture has to emerge. That is one thing which, because we research, of course, there are manufacturing collaboration happening, consortiums happening, but research, of course, people feel that IPR and my intellectual property I cannot share with others. So I think there need to be some kind of a different thinking happening, because even collaborative research culture has to emerge as a part of this kind of a culture, what we are really going to bring into India. If really you want to be a leader tomorrow as India, not as you as a person or an industry or individual, as you are taking us India as a whole, I think more of a collaborative research and collaborative and complementary work style has to emerge. Friction stir welding is one thing which we have just gone into only long seam welding. So seam welding is still a puzzle for us now. Many things are happening because of dissimilar metal welding and all joining, and all these things are really going to be in the future, because metals and intermetallics are not going to be rolling and putting you into trouble at all in friction stir welding. That this joining process is really going to revolutionize the joining methods and permanent joining methods. Flow forming definitely is very fast method. We are having that collaboration with MT Aerospace right now. I think hopefully, if it's coming, we'll be having that facility in India in a couple of years. And all these facilities need to be in India. That's what I'm trying to bring in, so that now the leapfrogging can happen. We are not that good in machine tool manufacturing or even maintaining it. So let us not waste our time in reinventing the wheel and again making all these kind of things. Some part of direction in ISRO, what we really done is vacuum brazing facility, or even stretch forming machines, or even street stretching machines in Balco. All we have done it in-house and indigenously, and some kind of a CNC machining for rotary, this one for our cryogenic engines. All we have done it. I feel now we should not have wasted our time on these machine tools. We have just leapfrogged and brought it even at a higher cost, so that we can save a lot of time. If you want to really indigenize everything, it's going to be difficult. So we need to categorize which need to be indigenized. I feel always facilities can be always purchased, and leapfrogging can be done, so that we are into the same platform at the earliest. So, I am going to share one more slide here, which is really I want to have. That is the most important thought I am having in this area. Aluminum lithium alloys is another revolutionary thing which we are lagging behind. Composite manufacturing, of course, not many players are there right now. Composite is going to be the ruling for lightweight saving. So this manufacturing, we need to have more players. Electronic device manufacturing, of course, all other, even the last meeting also, I was just seeing that human space is one also. Electronic device manufacturing has been a center of discussion for the last couple of years, but nothing is happening worthwhile to discuss here. The real happening is really slow. And AI, ML, deep learning and automation has to happen because everything is going to be automated in the future. And Internet of Things, everything is going to be automated and remote controlled. Robotics has to come in a big way to see that we are able to have the reliability in the space manufacturing in a repeated fashion, bringing in more reliability and more repeatability. Civil aircraft manufacturing initiatives have to come because if you really want to have an FDI to come here, we need to have FDI. How it comes to India? I used to tell this example everywhere. Because why FDI, even though it's a single window facility, so many other things we are inviting people to invest in India from foreign direct investment, but it's not happening because we don't have a market in India. So a foreign player who is much more comfortable in his own land definitely will not leave his land and come to India. And if he comes to India and if he has to export everything from India to other countries, what is the advantage he's going to have? Unless there is a direct marketing possibility in India also. So we need to have a lot of marketing possibility in India also. Only 20 to 30% you need to export from India. Then only people come to India. That is not happening. That's why more of Chinese people are going for FDI in China. I understood that because China, 80% of their products can be sold in China itself. So that is one important thing. So we need to have more startups, more entrepreneurs coming up and more people consuming all their products here itself. So that 20 to 30% only need to be exported from a foreign country for them. So this is one important factor I want to bring in here so that more of entrepreneurs and more of startups are to be promoted, more of companies has to come, more of consumption has to take place in India itself for really promoting FDI to happen. And civil aircraft, definitely, that also aerospace sector, a good number, because we are now we are buying from Boeing and this one only now. So that we need to see that everything now we are able to make it in India. Some kind of a light is coming now. We have to convert it into a larger scale manufacturing of civil aviation aircraft so that our consumption at least we can meet from here, if not export. That itself is a good consumption for all these industries. Have to have so many activities, not the space alone. So ultra high purity chemicals and acids for electronics. ASIC foundry, definitely all know that what we are having is only 160 nanometer in our space semiconductor lab. We need to have 30-40 nanometers. Chip manufacturing, miniaturization of electronics, pilot lab, and this is one idea I'm nurturing for quite a long time. 150 crores are required for this kind of investment. Pilot lab for electronic component qualification. That if we are having that, it can be shared by electronic industry so that good capex they can escape from and they can also get into this in a faster mode. R&D culture for MSMEs. So these are the things, and I'm just leaving. I think just one more slide I'm having. So can India be the hub of manufacturing? I feel now it is now or never. If it doesn't happen now in next 5 years, it is not going to happen in the near future then. Policies demanded from the government, what I am having, just a random thought of funding to acquire high-end and futuristic technology equipments under the banner of ISRO to be shared by industries under InSpace for leapfrogging. So InSpace has to be empowered for that also to find out the gap areas. GoCo models to be encouraged, tax holidays and making more venture capital available for startups. InSpace to be empowered to fill up the gaps in infrastructure depending on the future global trends in space commerce. This is one important point I just want to bring so that they can identify and facilitate ISRO to buy that and commission it in ISRO facilities itself and make it available to space partners so that through the space reforms, whatever has happened right now, so that they are not and it is the entire economy is getting stirred up because of that. You cannot say that what ISRO is getting benefited. Direct one-to-one correlation may not be possible, but if you really want to make India as a hub for space manufacturing, like Oxford Space Cluster and all we are having in UK. UK is not doing much for themselves, but UK is exporting a lot. I've gone and seen that. So such kind of facilities, center sharing facilities has to be there, like Space Cluster and all these things. It can be under the banner of ISRO, recommended by InSpace. They can identify the gaps and fill it up. Sustained push. It's not a push right now. Sustained push. Because space requires sustained push from all stakeholders to make it happen. Interdisciplinary collaboration culture to be nurtured. It's not electronics separate, chemical separate, metallurgy separate, mechanical separate. In the future is going to be interdisciplinary collaboration culture, especially for space, and so on. Leaving it to panelists for further taking ahead. Thank you. So I would like to go as per the order what is given in the just a random way of taking things through. Satyam Subaya, first whatever name appears to me in the list. Can you please make your response and points in a brief fashion right now, sir?
Sure. Yeah, sure. Thank you, Dr. Venkatakrishnan and CI for inviting me to this panel. I'm happy to be academic on this panel here, along with Dr. Venkatakrishnan, I suppose. The words that caught my attention in your slides were academic collaboration, research culture. I think those are things that caught my attention. Of course, for many decades, ISRO has always been collaborating with different academic institutions. They continue to do so. The only thought that I have is, sometimes we have to think a little bit crazy new ideas, sometimes crazy new ideas that may look very infeasible right now. I think those kind of ideas also have to be sort of explored. Not only the academicians have to propose some new crazy ideas to solve some of the issues or propose some new solutions, but also both industries and ISRO also have to be a little bit more risk-taking. Already there's a risk-taking culture in the space here in India, but I think having a little bit more risk culture would be good. In this context, I just want to share a little bit about what we are doing or what I'm doing at IIT Madras. We have just started a new group. Is it possible to share some slides? Just a quick 1 or 2 slides. Can I share? Is that okay? Payal,
Yeah,
can
sure.
I share?
Please, sir. If it is 1 or 2, no problem, because we should contain within 620.
Yeah, I'll just finish in about 3 or 4 minutes. Payal, can I have my share rights? Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, so I hope you can see my screen here. Yeah, so we have just started this group called the Extraterrestrial Manufacturing. It's a little bit different from what we traditionally refer to as space manufacturing. Of course, India's ISRO is getting more and more into this. We are basically talking about manufacturing in space, not manufacturing in the Earth, but manufacturing things on board a space station, on board a terrestrial environment, for example. So we think that the near future will require technologies that will enable manufacturing things in space. I'll explain that really quickly. So we are focusing more on how to make things in space for space use and also for bringing it back to the Earth. Whatever you're making in space, bringing it back to the Earth. So why do we have to do that? Of course, I think creating settlements in faraway locations are happening slowly. You can still think of them as in the near future. Also, there's extensive time to be spent on board a spacecraft. There's a space station that's just going around the Earth, or you're traveling far away. And of course, having microgravity helps a lot in a lot of situations. You can actually tailor material structures. You can create some interesting products, we think. So what does the center do? We actually develop a broad range of manufacturing technologies, ranging from concrete out of Martian material, for example, or medical diagnostic crystals and foams in microgravity environments. And we have a very diverse set of team here that is looking at it. Diversity is very important. Engineering, sciences, both of them are mixed here. And the question always comes up, is manufacturing in space any different? Yes, it is different. When you're out in space, there are a lot of constraints, similar to the constraints that have already been solved for various other components that go on a rocket, for example. So, limited space, limited power, microgravity influence, recycling of byproducts. So all these that becomes important. So we are hoping to address some of this. So the question always comes up, what is in it for the Indian industry? So I think any industry would have to look a little bit in the future to see how they can make commercial value out of this. So manufacturing in space requires special machines to be made, to be launched, to be deployed. Also making in space and selling on Earth. How do you exploit low Earth orbit factories? Imagine having factories that are going around in the low Earth orbits, where you send raw material up, you make things there, bring it back to the Earth and sell it. And that sort of thing is already happening in some parts of the world. They're already trying this. So we have this setup here of 3 sort of modules, A, B, and C. And we have a microgravity test where we are hoping to do some tests and develop some of these technologies, including things like making Martian lunar soils, developing manufacturing technologies for onboard use, recycling material, making crystals, foams, crystals, optical fibers, bioprinting, and so on and so forth. So this is something that is completely new, at least relatively new, I would say. So that's something that we are working on. So I guess the main point I want to make is taking a little bit of a larger risk with some support. I think with some academic collaboration research, I think things can really move on as well. Thank you, Dr. Venkatakrishnan.
Being future, I think this also should parallelly start right now itself. So we are not wasting much time on this process. So anything we are starting a little early so that we can catch up with time. And time is money. Time is the essence of everything right now. Okay. So thank you, sir, for sharing your thoughts. And can I invite Lakshmesh, please?
Yeah, good afternoon, sir, and good afternoon to all the panel members. It's really a great honor to be amongst all the luminaries of space. If I can get sharing rights, I have a couple of slides too. Yeah, can someone give me sharing rights?
I think those who wanted to share something and put in the chat box, so they can do it a little early itself, the sharing rights to you, so that.
Payal, are you there? Can you?
Payal, can you?
We are providing you in just 2 minutes, please.
Yeah.
Okay, so what I'll do is I will start off and then probably I will share as I go across. Yeah. So, sir, I think what you have set the context in the right manner. I mean, is it a question or is it a mission? So I fully feel that it is a mission for us, that it is, we will have to make India certainly the space hub for the world. Now, I look at the space in two different ways, and there are two terms which have come out to my notice of late, and it's called space for Earth and space for space. Now, when we are looking at space as a resource for doing all those activities that are required back home on Earth, like communication, like navigation, Earth observation, reconnaissance, intelligence, defense, security, this is one big application of space. Another is space for space. That means talking about getting into mineral explorations and space tourisms and interplanetary habitats, establishing going beyond Earth. So when you look at both these domains, it's very clear that space is certainly emerging as the fourth global economic frontier. And there's no second doubt about that. And as India, with just about 2 to 3% of the current global space economy, India has to definitely catch up fast in this emerging economy, even to sustain its current share. It means we need to really leapfrog to really scale up from where we are. So one of the things which I thought I would do was look at the strengths and weaknesses and opportunities and threat and do a complete SWOT analysis for India and the Indian industry. And when we do that, and when I look at the major strengths that are in terms of the ISRO and its resources and having strategic, locations for launch pads, the established ecosystem, the current policy changes, and very important thing is the learnings from the liberalization and privatization, globalization exercise that India has gone through in various other sectors. Very important thing is the downstream capabilities within the country. And next important strength which I see is the maturing STEM, the STEM workforce, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics workforce. This is something which is maturing in this country. Emerging new space culture is another great thing which is happening. And the very ingenuity that is there in all of our blood, combined with global collaborations, I think we have all the essential strengths to take on this.
Hello. Sorry to interrupt. We have given you the access.
Oh, okay. So fine. Let me. Yeah, I hope you can see my screen.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Want to switch to presenter mode?
Go to presentation mode. I think it can be slightly okay. I think it's so fine.
Fine. I mean,
under display settings. No. Go back and display settings.
Fine. You're able to see now. Yeah.
Then I think it's okay. I hope you are able to see.
Yeah, fine. Go ahead, please.
So I see, I mean, I was listing out some of those strengths, and then if I had to look at some of the weaknesses, I think fundamentally we need to look at speed and scale of the Indian space market. Second very important thing for any market to materialize into an economy is the cost of capital, and unfortunately the cost of capital in our country is pretty high. Access to aerospace material. Professor Satyan mentioned about the risk appetite, which is not that very high. And primarily asking the risk appetite comes from the financial failure risk appetite. And another very important point is about the complex aerospace system design, integration, and testing in the industry. Now, on the other side, if I look at it, the opportunities and the threats, I have put it up on the screen there. And what is most important here is how do we evolve the strengths and opportunity strategies or how do we overcome the weaknesses to address the opportunities. I'll just put some of my thoughts on the screen, and I would like to, for paucity of time. But fundamentally, it glaringly comes out that it's time that we have one very clear national agenda, national target. And that it is essential that all of us, right from end to end, across the value chain, have to come together in an internal collaborative manner. We must stitch together and come out addressing solutions for both internal and external customers. It is essential that the policy reforms need to be rolled out quickly, and government has to come out with incentives for space R&D, incentives for space investments, and actually coming out with something called as an Indian space quality system. There must be also some kind of underwriting or the push from the government to look at all its ministries, to look at solutions which are emerging out of space for all their medium and long-term strategies. Now, if I were to look at the complete space value chain, right from upstreams to midstream to downstream, we see that today there is presence of Indian industry across the segments of the value chain. And therefore, I'm very confident that with at least a set of industries in each of these value chain segments, it is very easy for us to kind of stitch that across together to create a common solution. Yes, there are those test facilities and laboratories which are essential for upstream activities and testing, which are anyway available with ISRO, and which ISRO is letting it out to use. And the very important number is the on-ground infrastructure for midstream and the downstream activities. Now, these are the two areas in which we need to look at how government would think about investing in these, which will become common for all sectors. And when we do that, it is evident that there will be a gamut of opportunities that will come out across all the segments. If we were to look at the current ecosystem, now, yes, ISRO has developed enormous amount of ecosystem over the last 5 decades, but most of us who are engaged in sales, and especially the business from the space, is very small, and most of us are from the space perspective in a very small group at small size, and a very small number of companies. So it is essential that we kind of scale up from where we are into a tierized industry, tierized ecosystem, divert our attentions more towards this, and not just use space as also in space, but we say that we are space companies probably also in other spin-offs. We need to kind of transform ourselves into space organizations. And something which I've been very vocal about in the past as well is how we kind of bring in I mean, when I look at the way the transformational policies are coming up, it very clearly says that ISRO is something which would continue to deal with the mega programs which are exploratory in nation and of extreme strategic countries' importance. And then that is where, as stage one is where NCIL will come in as a production agency, along with the industry will commercialize all those things which are developed by ISRO. And therefore, it is important that this stage one is used to bridge the gap between the current demand and supply. And it is the next phase where IN-SPACe, the newly formed IN-SPACe, and the industry kind of collaborate and come together to build the future market. And from both demand and supply perspective. That means this is an industry which will have right from end users to solution providers to management, satellite managers, launching satellite manufacturers, launch vehicle manufacturers, and practically everybody put together in that. And it is only then I feel that, and of course, the government needs to do enormous amount of support. A transition of this kind of a thing needs to be very, very, very carefully managed. So yes, I completely feel that yes, we can. There is no second doubt. I mean, there's no doubt about it, but it needs to be done collectively as one ecosystem. All of us, Government of India plays the most important role. PMO, Department of Space, ISRO, NCIL, IN-SPACe, academia, industry forums, all industry players, established ones, new ones, disruptive ones, startups, end users, solution providers, all of us need to come and create a completely new ecosystem. I'm sure we'll do it, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rashmesh. I think we have been converging in some of our thought processes, definitely, of especially on collaboration and interdisciplinary research and taking it together. India as a country first, and all other things become second, means I think this can happen. Okay. MB Reddy, sir.
Yeah.
Good evening, sir. Can I have your view?
Yeah, sure. Good evening, Chairman of the panel, and fellow panelists, participants, and all other viewers of this conference. At first, I would like to thank organizers for giving us this opportunity to participate in an interesting panel discussion. As you rightly said, this topic was basically a question mark, which was given to us. So I'll straight away begin my talk with an answer that yes, we can. India can soon emerge as a dominant manufacturing hub for global space needs for many obvious reasons that, as India is fastest growing economy, and our space program is one of the most well developed in the world. And the ISRO launch systems have earned the reputation of being among the most reliable and cost-effective solutions in the world. This was basically possible due to very good heritage of scientific community and availability of trained manpower with the requisite skill set in the industry. This has also attracted the international customers, as we have seen many of international space agencies who used our launch services and all. Since space technology plays a critical role in national development and security, it's always important to strengthen further the national space infrastructure while creating a conducive environment for greater participation of the private sector. Well, I don't talk about the figures and all, as Mr. Lakshmesh has already mentioned, the current global space economy and the contribution of Indian part. So basically, I'm going to put up points from the perspective of space manufacturing sector. As all of you are aware that the manufacturing of launch vehicles and satellites requires a robust infrastructure and heavy investments. Over last 3 decades, ISRO has opened the gates and widened the gates rather, and also has encouraged participation of private players in all space programs and has created an ecosystem in India, especially for manufacturing of subassemblies by promoting a collaborative work culture. Many Indian space industries have already invested significantly in creating exclusive infrastructure for manufacturing of space products and ensured availability of trained and qualified resources to meet the stringent requirements of space programs, and already producing various subsystems of launch vehicles and satellite payloads. As per the statistics which are available in the media, Indian space industry investment as on date, it stands around 12,000 skilled manpower is already available in India, and the cumulative capital of more than 2,000 crores have been already invested by private industry. Industries are also geared up to expand their operations and to cater the needs of the enhanced activities, including building small satellites and building the launch vehicles. There needs to be a combination of short and long-term strategies to ensure proper handholding of the private sector and its participatory engagement across the entire value chain of the space industry. While clarity is evolving in building launch vehicles by private players, as we have seen in recent past, as you said, we are hopeful to see the same process for the building satellites in near future. Of course, from a company side, we at Astra Microwave, we are associated with ISRO for more than 2 decades and have all the infrastructure in place for manufacturing and testing of RF subsystems of all the payloads. And we have been associated as a development and manufacturing partner for payload subsystems for more than 20 satellites being launched by ISRO till date. To name a few, we are into the radar imaging satellites and geostationary satellites like GSAT, IRNSS, and EMISAT, Megatropics, ResourceSat, high throughput satellites, and remote sensing satellites. We are continuously investing in technology, infrastructure, and manpower, catering to the stringent requirement of ISRO. Now, as far as the policy and regulatory changes, as all of you are aware, so I'm not going to touch upon the formation of the group companies like IN-SPACe and NSL and also other policies and all. But we are, as a manufacturing industry, especially in the electronic area, we are of the view that a few more reforms, rather I would say the government policies have to come up, like Mr. Lakshmesha and others have said. Some incentive policy has to be brought, especially to create semiconductor fab facility in India. With our experience, like in last so many 20 years, even till date, even today, for all our sub-assemblies or subsystems, we are importing more than 95% of electronic components, right from passive to active components, whether it is resistors or capacitors or inductors or ICs, all these active devices or passive devices, which we do not have any base in India. So we have been importing front, and of late we have been seeing a huge challenge in the supply chain, as we could see in some of the programs, like when we've been talking to the manufacturers, they say that their order book, they have up to the next 3 years as the sudden steep increase in the automobile sector. So that is going to be a big bottleneck unless we address this particular issue. It is very important, and it is not only will help for space, but even other strategic segments like defense and all. So the government has to be seriously think about this particular thing. This will enable us to create a complete ecosystem for space manufacturing in India. And also, similarly, for some of the specialized process which are required for space production, like gold plating on cover and aluminum substrates, silver plating, black thermal paint, multi-layer PCB fabrication, pattern on aluminum substrate fabrication, and involved machining. So these are all special processes which we are been utilizing. Only few industries are available in India which are qualified by ISRO, and we need to strengthen this base in order to cope up for the future demand. Else, that is also will become another stumbling block for us to grow. So the government to bring out the policies to consider introducing mandatory indigenous content like in defense, which has been already implemented, especially for the commercial satellites, generating revenue from Indian geography. This will help or enable global players to form JVs with Indian partners. That is how actually we can increase our manufacturing base in India, and we can even bring a couple of some of the process which are not available in India. Also, we'd like to emphasize that existing supply chain companies who are associated with ISRO in its journey over the last few decades may be designated as a preferred production agency to protect the interest of existing ecosystem. This particular point, of course, we have been saying in the last couple of months in many forums. So I request you to please consider this. Otherwise, the existing ecosystem having associated with ISRO for so many years will have a serious issue. As we've been seeing that return of investment on the space so far, I don't think all industries have even crossed that. So we are all hoping that in future definitely we would get an opportunity to make good returns on that particular investment which were made. So with the launches moving from supply driven model to demand driven model, IN-SPACe, which is newly formed, will have to serve as a bridge between ISRO and other government agencies, including various user departments and other private sector, to develop a commercially viable and vibrant ecosystem in India. And of course, the appointment of Dr. Pawan Goenka as a technocrat with a vast industry experience as the chairman of IN-SPACe is a clear indication of government's emphasis towards commercialization of the space sector. And it sent a positive message to all the industries in last about couple of days. We hope enhanced activities in approvals for ground stations and setting up of satellite constellations and for development and launching satellites for various applications create more opportunities for Indian industry. We hope CAI will definitely pursue all our industry recommendations with government agencies to make India a dominant hub for space manufacturing. That's all from my side. Thank you very much once again for the opportunity given to me.
I just want to make just one point, sir. Your apprehension of the existing system erosion and all, I think it's out of place. Definitely, I think these kind of technologies and mastery, whatever acquired, is not over just 1 or 2 years. It's over 20-25 years. Not to see that any other player just coming into your position and coming to that standard is not that easy. So I think you will be getting more opportunities, there are more of people than now, than opportunity, not ISRO alone. I think your business will be just going up with more players coming in. That's what my whatever view I just want to share with you. Okay. Can I have Tom? Tom from Azista.
Hi. Yeah, I had requested to also get the right to share some slide, but it apparently didn't come through. So yeah, I will keep it very brief because I think there are like 5 or 6 more speakers and we have something like 10 minutes. So my message is on the, I can.
Can you give that sharing rights to Tom?
I have received, I guess.
Fine, please.
Can you see it? Oh,
I'm not able to see. It
went away there. Share. Okay, so basically, just very quickly, who we are.
Now, please go ahead. It's coming now.
Who we are is we are a joint venture between a German company and an Indian company. German player is Berlin Space Technology, and Indian player is Azista Industries. The Indian player has a 70% share, so it's a majority-owned Indian manufacturer. The company is vertically integrated, and the important thing is there's a lot of heritage. So both companies have already contributed to more than 75 space systems, built entire systems in the range of 50 to 150 kilograms, and contributed to very large system all over the world, including India. And because this was about space manufacturing, right? Can India be a manufacturing hub? And I think the very clear answer from our side is yes. Azista and BST have invested in this from 2016, long before it became such a hot topic in India. That's why we are actually one of the forerunners here We have already a factory in place. You can see it here. It has 5,000 square meter or 50,000 square feet. It has full AIT facilities, full assembly and manufacturing facilities, and you can see here how we signed the contract to form the joint venture, how we built the facilities, how we integrated the test facilities, and how we are now working in it. Between the two companies in the joint venture, we have a team of 150 people and more than 25 years of experience in various space programs. And one very interesting thing for you to know is that the factory has 250 satellites per year, capacity to manufacture from all the subsystems down to the entire system. So the question is, okay, now we have all these capabilities in place here in India. So what is required to make India a global hub? I think from our perspective, we can take a book or a page or two from a book of other nations. And as mentioned earlier, manufacturing will always move and be successful where there's own demand, right? And several speakers have already spoken onto that, but I think it's very good that ISRO is collaborating with local industry to build things, because only if there's a local demand to manufacture things in India, there will be like a brand recognition for Indian industrial manufacturing globally, and I think that is required to really make it used to the fullest. So, very short conclusion. Yes, I think India can be the manufacturing hub for satellites and rockets, and as SWST is most certainly ready for that. And with that, I will already end and hand over to the next speaker that they will have as well opportunity to talk. Thank you.
Thanks, Tom. Definitely. So happy to see that we are hiring, we are expanding in India. That itself is a positive note, I think, because I think our discussion itself, whatever we are now discussing, is happening already. Okay. So thanks a lot. And Soundarayan, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Venkatakrishnan, and I really appreciate and thank CIA also for the opportunity. Payal, can you share the possibility of sharing the content, please? And by the way, Payal? Yeah.
Is it audible, Payal? Please share the rights to Soundarayan, sir.
Yeah, in the meantime, I can start saying that definitely, yes, I also echo the same sentiments that India can be the hub for manufacturing, for space manufacturing. There is absolutely no doubt. And as we have already discussed, and you also communicated clearly, and again, Rashma has reiterated the whole thing. And again, during the PM's interaction with the space industries and the startups and the academia in the December 14th, 2020, he has also expressed the aspiration of the nation to emerge as a manufacturing hub for the space assets. So that is also reiterated. And definitely the historic decision to open the space sector taken up in the cabinet in the June 2020. So that way it is very clear that PM has underlined the space sector and the communication and navigation, all those areas need to be handled here in the Atmanirbhar Bharat and things like that. And enabling the Indian private industries as co-partners with ISRO was also taken up in a very strong manner. And definitely with this, India will definitely be one of the manufacturing hubs positively. I think Payal is still trying to share the content. It's okay. I think now, as far as the value chain is concerned, there are.
Just a minute, sir. Payal, any problem in sharing the content, whatever sir wanted to show?
So they're just giving the access.
Anything,
Thank you.
So they've given the access.
Yeah, thank you. I got it. Yeah. Now, You are able to see it, please?
No, you are not sharing, sir.
No, it is not yet come.
It has not come so far.
So let me just try again. Yeah.
Yeah, it's coming up now.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah,
So,
it's come.
I have, in fact, modified the first slide saying that India can be the hub for the space manufacturing right away when you said it. And now I mentioned about that Prime Minister's communication, and then I have already spoken about it. When I was talking about the value chain, all these topics were already addressed by Mr. Lakshmi in a very pictorial manner. And I am very positive with this kind of an opportunity available of setting up of different facilities of the ground facilities, the equipment for launch, and also the operational management of satellites and the services, all those things. If you look at it, there is a great opportunity. The space aviation software, it is mission oriented and also service oriented. The training oriented, including the astronauts and things like that, is definitely a great opportunity for many startups also to come up in a big way to make things happen in a fine manner. And we are really thankful for the vision of the luminaries like Dr. Vikram Sarabhai. That is how we are here in this situation. And as Reddy already mentioned, 80% of the launch vehicles cost and 60% of the satellite cost is already formed out of the Indian industry. Under those circumstances, it is definitely not possible to ignore the Indian industry, which has been developed over three, four decades by the ISRO with a very open culture in ISRO. The industry has been developed in a fantastic manner. However, 100% most of those things were the ISRO design, and particularly if you look at it, the reasons for not Indian industries to come up with the design is the limited volume, the high risks, and also the lack of specialized manpower. That is getting changed now. The limited access to the global market is also one of the issue. As far as the ISRO is concerned, it has built the capabilities, and now it is also sharing the facilities. Like recently also Skyroot, ISRO has got into an agreement for sharing the facility. I think until the private industries come up with such facilities, I am very positive that ISRO will support and share all those facilities in a manner that the private industries can grow. And again, it is important to support that about more than 200 industries which are already giving the complete parts to the ISRO will be a good opportunity for becoming a kind of a global hub. And as far as the emerging scenario is concerned, definitely there is a great opportunity, particularly the companies like, the global players, SpaceX and Blue Origin, and are all on the system level, and the Thales Alenia and also Orange Business are all in the commercial service providers. And when we talk about the new startups, the Agnicule, the Skyroot, the Bellatrix, and also the Manatsu, they are all coming up one after the other, whereas the larger programs definitely can be handled by the large private industries, where NSIL is already working with giving away the PSLV to the private partnership and things like that. So where ISRO chairman, Mr. Dr. Sivan, also mentioned day before yesterday in his speech that the ISRO focus will be getting shifted to complete R&D, and he has also mentioned very clearly it is going to be a kind of a game-changing technologies which is going to come up with the private international partnership, and the Department of Space will also be supporting such actions in a very big manner. He also mentioned about some 40 and odd the applications are pending from startups. So many startups are coming up for such an initiative. Is a very good thing to do, and we are very positive that things will happen in a fine manner. when we are talking about the major initiatives of the government, to create a kind of a demand from the kind of a demand-driven model to the supply. Today we are in a supply-driven model. We need to create a demand-driven model. That is where we have to really focus. That has been told by both the speakers before me. And you also mentioned, Dr. Venkatakrishnan, about the various regulatory changes which are all happening. And particularly the InSpace now is the new announcement which has come up. The chairman designate of Pawan Goenka, which is going to lead this new initiative. He has also mentioned in his speech that he will be, of course, listening to the whole program he said. He also mentioned that from 3% to 10%, he has got a target. I think anything you do, if you do with a target, it will happen. So that way, once we work backwards with 3 to 10% target, what we are all supposed to do, many of the topics you mentioned in your opening remarks, Dr. Venkatakrishnan, will definitely be taken up and then it will happen. And of course, as I mentioned that NSIL is also made its presence already felt with a very clear communication of making the local industry to come up in a big way for the total integration of the PSLV. So that way, it is all happening already. And definitely, as you know, the opportunities are huge. And I'm not going to repeat the numbers. It is the global opportunity is 345 billion. In that, even if we maintain that 3% plus another, we are reaching about 10% means it's a great opportunity. And it is supposed to be tripling in the next 3 years. It will be tripled in 2040. That's what is the estimate which has come up. And if we look at the opportunity, there are new arenas, where the user-driven areas are all coming up. See, ultimately, the artificial intelligence, machine learning, and many other support functions, each and every day-to-day life of ours is all depending on communication infrastructure, the TV services, and all the applications which are all developed is also happening through these satellites. So that way, the opportunities are plenty. It is up to us to take this opportunity in a fine manner and move forward to make things happen. And, to emerge as a hub for space manufacturing, definitely there are quite a few things we need to do together. And whereas there are startups are coming, we need to encourage them. And also, like in the defense, there is a technology development fund which has been initiated for many projects. Similarly, the new technologies, state-of-art technologies for development, I think they can also institute a kind of a technology development fund for the space programs also. That way, it will be a kind of an opportunity for the new startups also to come up in a big way. So overall ground station infrastructure development, engineering services for the space applications, and also you have already established, I was about to talk about the raw material. You have already established certain aluminum raw materials and a few composite raw materials also. But I think there is a long way to go in establishing all the electronics in a big way. So that way, I think that is one area we need to focus to make things happen in a big way. So now, at this point of time, we really need to accelerate all the internal support from ISRO to the startups, plus the government support on all the policies and things like that, and also to give great focus on the future R&D programs on the new technologies. So that way, it is 100% possible for India to emerge as the space hub. So with this, I would also add a few points on how do we share the ISRO developed technology for the Indian industry. So that way, if it is not going to be with a very heavy cost, and if it could be shared with those things, I think it is possible to definitely to bring more industries into the areas. So we already already has spoken about the various semiconductors and things like that, which are all under shortage. And that way, it is very important through such industries to take up in a big way. And finally, I would like to say that this can happen. And in addition to what I want to add is that India has demonstrated its incredible prowess in space which began in a very humble way. Now, standing on this pedestal, what we are today, as given by the visionaries of our forefathers, it is possible to emerge as a space hub of the world. So, you know, you are a stalwart in the industry. You know how ISRO has started, and now where are we today? So that way, you mentioned either now or not, never. So that way we have come to a decent stage. We will be in a position to take things forward in a fine manner in the future also. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Very, very positive thoughts emerging. Definitely, I think we are all in the same platform.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And can I invite Dheeraj for his comments from WIL?
Sir, good evening. It's a privilege and honor to be part on at this platform, sir. So let me first thank you, Dr. Venkatakrishnan, sir, and CII for giving me this opportunity. After elaborate presentation from Dr. Soundararajan, Lakshmesh, and very few but important talk by Sri Reddy Sahab, I am left with only few points to add. So I'll be very quick on that. When we are looking at the opportunity in space, there is a lot of work which has been done by ISRO, NCIL, IN-SPACe, CII in last 2 years. And a lot of work, a lot of progress has already happened on the ground itself. So when we say sustained push, the sustained push is already there from CBPO side, and the capacity building, everything from the industry perspective, various initiatives were taken. When we are talking about working together for PSLV type opportunity, which you said in your opening slide, sir, already industries like Walchand Nagar or Tier 2 or Tier 3 industry, they already started working in a collaborative manner with Tier 1 companies like LMW and L&T HL consortium. So I would say I would actually rephrase the answer to can India be the space for manufacturing? So I would say actually we are ready as a supply chain or as an industry. We are ready for taking up this opportunity, and I think we will be able to exploit this opportunity as well. So there is only one point I would say, as brought out I think by L&T, we need to have some mechanism to support Tier 2 and Tier 3 company, especially from capital point of view, because the cost of capital is too high, and when we have to expand our capacities, we need some capital support. And if that Government of India or PMO or ISRO can help us help companies like Walchand Nagar or Tier 2 companies, then it would be of great help. So I think that is all from our side.
Thank you, Dheeraj, for adding to that whatever thought process what we are having. And let me invite Vinod Chipalgatti for his valuable comments.
Payal, can you allow me to share the screen? Good evening to all
Sure. Yeah, we'll just give the rights to you.
Good evening to all the panelists and session chair, sir. It's my privilege, and I thank the organizers for giving us the opportunity. While I'm the last but one speaker, so obviously all the important points have been covered, but I thought complementing to what the high-level perspectives have been given by all the previous speakers, let me complement by giving the mid-level to the ground-level perspectives also, so that at the end of the session, we have a complete spectrum of views that come out of this panel. Let me...
Yes, sir, you have the rights now. If you could just try and present.
Is it seen, visible?
Yes, yes, yes. Perfect.
So let me give just few seconds about Centum. Centum has been one of the leading electronics industry partners, and we have grown from like typically the industry ecosystem of ISRO has grown, especially took off more since 2000. And in the last 2 decades, it has significantly enabled the Indian industry ecosystem to grow. And we have been the beneficiaries of that. You can see from this slide, moving from right from components to niche modules and subsystems right up to payload systems now, and also covering multiple domains from analog power, mixed moments to multidisciplinary modes of subsystems and systems that we have seen ourselves working with ISRO on the space, both in launch vehicle as well as the satellite platforms. We also have covered almost all the missions since 2003. We got ourselves qualified to space standards in 2000. And today we can say that proudly that since 2003, every mission, be it launch vehicle mission or the spacecraft mission, we have minimum 350 to as high as 1,000 modules and subsystems in satellites and launch vehicle platforms. We, being a core electronics subsystem design, engineering, manufacturing provider to ISRO, these are the ways in which these subsystems come. They cater to power, RF, digital, and multiple platforms, including the sensitive electro-optic sensors. This is how they look like, right from components to the subsystems of a payload. The intent of today's thing is to say that the Indian industry ecosystem so far in the last 4 or 5 decades of journey, out of which 2 decades has been predominantly the industry contributed journey along with ISRO. The industry segments in India are primarily in launch vehicle, ground systems, application services, and spacecraft systems. And like we earlier discussed, this has been mostly in the build to spec or build to print mode, right from components to modules and subsystems. And most of the industry contributions have been at that level and not at the system level, simply because under the leadership of the ISRO, all the industry ecosystems were developed to enable ISRO to integrate to a larger extent by getting the module subsystems from the industry systems. And these are guided predominantly by ISRO technology, ISRO culture, ISRO systems, ISRO standards, and that has been the benchmarking or the expectation so far. And all the key industry players have been complying to this. So basically the industries have been complying to ISRO standards, certifications, and that was the ultimate expectation. And of course, parallelly, industry had to adhere to the procurement rules of the ISRO, being the government organization. Now, going forward, thanks to 2020 announcement of opening of the space sector, what is there in store for the Indian industry? We need to continue to work with ISRO on the scientific and technological missions, build the technology, engage with much wider scope of work. I think that is something which is should continue for each one of the industry partners. But in addition, using the last 2 to 3 decades of experiential learning with ISRO, I think one should explore and prepare to work on the space-based programs for the defense sector, either through the DRDO or the MOD, which has just begun in parallel to what ISRO has been supplying. And most importantly, the industry should gear up to partner with global space industries and work on global opportunities, and consider this association to address the Indian opportunities in the new era of opened up space sector. Not to miss, ultimately we need to prepare to address the system level, program level requirements, because if you look at it from the global scenario, nobody would expect you to deliver a component or a build to print kind of a situation. They would just give the spec for us at the least a subsystem, and definitely at a system level, and the industry is expected to deliver. So there is a need for moving up in the value chain from a subsystem player to a system player, and this definitely is possible only with the collaborations, partnerships, consortia approach with the Indian and the global players. The only point I wanted to add to what all the other previous panelists have spoken is that all of this needs time, the transitioning time. And what we have seen between the 2020 prior and 2020 later days are a step change. And this step change is something which can be smoothened, is the message that I would like to contribute as the panelist here. If you look at it from the left side, all the 20, 30 years of journey, it has been under the close monitoring of ISRO, being partner for ISRO missions at a subsystem level, both in build to print and build to spec. So for most of the space industry ecosystem, their industry plans were the ISRO plans. ISRO would release the programs for next 5 years, next 3 years of that kind. And based on that down converted assessment each industry would make, and that would be the industry plan. And going by those plans, just prior to 2018, 2019, there was a boom of programs planned, and hence significant investments have been made by most of the Indian industries in the recent past, just prior to 2020. And look what, I mean, 2020, you suddenly see a step change where the opening up of the space sector was announced. And with that, it meant, though it's not very clear, unclear ISRO plans for, especially for the communication sectors. And there was a need to compete in the global environment. The programs and certification, technical and commercial fitments, these transitions will definitely take about 2 to 3 years, as spoken by the previous panelists also. And one needs to move to be a systems player. And in addition, one has to also address the paradigm shift that is happening in the overall space sector, which is basically getting into a new space kind of a thought process, which has not yet fully taken off, but I think various countries have progressed differently and are clearly moving towards the new space paradigm. Hence, this step change has to be smoothened, and that exactly is the request or the expectation, by enabling the continuity of business, honoring the existing and already planned missions, and support the retainment of talent. Because this ecosystem is a very difficult to build ecosystem. It has taken a lot of time for ISRO and the industries to work together and come up to this level. And there has to be a time that has to be provided to go through the learning curve and prepare for addressing the open environment kind of a situation. I think this transitioning, smoothing of this change has to be well thought of. It has to cater to the industrial, technical, commercial expectations, so that all the hard work that has been done will not go into sort of a dip mode. I won't say, I will never say it's a waste. It's absolutely a greatest thing that ISRO has done in the last 5 decades. But I think maintaining them, making sure that it only grows to a next height or a bigger scale, is something which is what I thought I should convey. So the Indian space ecosystem has a cost-effective and capable resources, both in terms of manpower and infrastructure. Just to name, Centum itself has about 700 people working exclusively for space-related activities, and investments have been to the tune of 300 crores. And so hence, having established these kind of resources, we need to use this to address the Indian as well as global opportunities. And Indian industry has demonstrated this in the defense sector by transitioning in the defense offset kind of a situation, where offset obligation was the trigger, but Indian industry demonstrated its capability and capacity, and have been successfully they are in the supply chain partnership with those OEMs. There is no reason why this cannot be successfully duplicated and demonstrated in this space sector as well. There is a paradigm shift from traditional space to new space that I said, and this enables volumes in LEO SATCOM area especially, and also in the ground infrastructures. Industry will flourish where the volumes and the scale of operations dominate. And just to summarize, these are challenging but very interesting times. It's full of potential growth opportunities. Better transition management is the key for sustenance and growth. And this can lead to expansions in all the streams, up, mid, and downstream sectors, which has already been talked about. The ground infrastructure also is going to play a key role, and one need to focus on the expanding, especially in the LEOCOM-SAT. Ground infrastructure has significant business compared to the onboard infrastructure. So all the hard work of yesteryears can be put to better use by flexible, which means there has to be some unlearning and then new learning activity and adaptable approaches. This is what I had to summarize for the day. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vinod, for bringing in a different perspective. Definitely, I'm so happy that. But I can assure you that the step is huge. The magnitude of the height is whatever you have shown is very as you have shown very large step definitely. But it won't be so smooth definitely. But I can tell you it will be in smaller steps. If you can climb smaller steps much more easily than the smooth curve whatever you have shown. ISRO also has gone in smaller steps only. It's not a smooth transition from whatever you started, whatever Saudara has shown that cycle and right now here. And any change is painful. There is no pain, there's no change, then there's no. So we need to undergo that pain. Of course, the volume business you talked about, to give you the volume business, only the opening up has happened. If you want to go out of this simple offset manufacturing and to system and subsystem manufacturing, so that you are getting the technology also a little bit. Otherwise, guarded you guarded the technology through staggered manufacturing throughout the countries. So that way, Pratt & Whitney has never been giving the entire engine to us. Only a valve they are giving, and airframes they are giving, and the bulkheads they are giving, those door frames they are giving. So these are satisfying us. These are end of the carrot actually, because if you really want to go into systems where money is involved, they are only taking advantage of the cheap, the economical methods of production, whatever ISRO has or India has got. Actually, you have been telling always cost-effective manufacturing. That has been taken care of by giving non-functional subsystems to us. We are satisfied with that. We will be doing some business. Of course, I will come to that later when you're concluding actually. But of course, whatever your apprehension will be out of place once you go ahead, because we will never do anything harmful to Indian industry or our partners, definitely. Okay, you can be rest assured that you all will be taken care of. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Last but not the least, definitely, of course, as the adage goes, Bert Mona, Hyperion Technologies. Welcome, sir.
Good evening. First of all, thank you, Chairman, organizers, and participants for this opportunity to contribute to this discussion. First of all, a short introduction. I'm Managing Director of Hyperion Technologies. Since last year, we are part of OSC Clyde Space. And if you look at the OSC Clyde Space Group, we are working in systems, in missions, and also on space data as a service. We have some experience with Indian customers, and if I have heard those very wise words of the previous participants to this forum discussion, how much can I contribute? And I can only contribute as a kind of an outsider. And as a kind of an outsider, I want to make a couple of remarks, and I won't make it that long because there are so many said already. So what can I see as an outsider? Well, first of all, I see the title, Can India be the hub for space manufacturing? And indeed, the first thing that companies usually ask when we are talking about business with India, they say, you have a product, would it be possible that we do the manufacturing? And I think that is the wrong question, because India is a huge country with a young population, with a lot of ambition. You don't want to be the manufacturing hub of the world, not for space, not for others. You want to become a partner in the whole chain. So it is not production, it is engineering, it is development, it is from R&D up to products, up to services. So I think there is also a little bit of ambition in this statement from me. Don't be too afraid to only look at manufacturing now. Make the next steps. If we then talk to a lot of startups in India, we also notice that they are really technology driven. They really dream technology. They have great ambitions. But you also notice that they are somewhat a little bit missing the commercial point of view. So make it a little bit more commercial. Where's the market? Because mostly the market is in the downstream. What can you do with the satellites? What can you do with those services? And we are now talking mostly about what can we do for manufacturing. And it is great to launch a rocket. It is nice to have satellites, but in the end, we have to earn money with it. Or we have to have science. And science, defense, that is already mentioned by a lot of the participants in this forum, but also looking more to the commercial parts. And of course, India is a large country with a lot of potential. But try to think about what can you contribute to the rest of the world, because that gives you also customers, gives you an influx of money, helps your economy. So think bigger. Well, if you look at our company, if I look at Delft premises of OSC Clydespace, the Hyperion part, we have a couple of Indian employees walking around, all very young, ambitious people. And to be fair, in this forum, if I speak for myself, we are all pretty mature. Let me put it that way. So I would say give the floor to the young people. That is where the innovation comes from, if not maybe from technology, because we have to support them. They're thinking about quality, thinking about making those steps. They have the ambition to go out, to make the new companies. They will be sitting in this forum 20 years from now, 30 years from now. Give them the opportunity, push them, help them out of under the wings of the large ISRA organization. Give them an opportunity to develop. What is development? That is also allowing them to make those steps, lower bureaucracy, make business easier, business with India, business with foreign countries. And in the end, don't talk too much about cost. Cost is only part of the equation. It is about quality, it is about technology, it is what you can gain with it. And I think cost is not so much important. People don't go to India because the labor costs are lower. They go to India because there's a market, there are technologies. So focus really on the strong parts, and cost will only be the last part of the equation. Well, I think, having said that, I see a bright future for India. There are large steps to make, but you have a young, ambitious population. I noticed 2 years ago at the conference of the CII that they are really, really interested in space. Let's make that step together. And as ASC Clydespace, we would like to contribute to those steps. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bert, by just making it a little more joyful and happy at the end of the day by just telling that people come to India for quality, definitely. And it is, since I'm hearing from you, I'm so happy that you come for India for quality, and we are so happy that we have come to the mark. Okay. So we have been here discussing for just 1 hour, almost 1 hour, that what India should do to become a hub of space manufacturing. Definitely all are positive remarks. We are all on the same platform. I think whatever we have now talked about, I don't want to again sum up again once more, because people have been hearing it patiently and listening very attentively. So I think these points, whatever we have discussed, if it is happening, all these things should happen. Only thing, I just want to make some few points here, which I observed. Situational awareness is another branch which is coming up. Actually, you are aware that tomorrow war is not going to happen. If at all, we are all peace-loving people. We don't want any war to happen. But by just damaging one satellite or putting it into destroying it or whatever it is, the entire country will come to a grinding halt or a standstill. No economy will happen, nothing will happen. So we need to guard our systems also. There is another front coming up, that space defense, space asset defense, situational awareness. I think Astra and all, I think they are aware of all these things. They are already into that business, I believe. So this is another area, and today it is $440 billion, as our chairman designated Winspace Pawan Goenka has rightly put up, and we are having 2% of that right now. You want to take it 10% now. Right now we are having $10 billion. So, but that 10 billion is coming not from manufacturing at all. Nothing is from manufacturing. Actually, everything is coming from only commercial launches. So if you want to have a good market share of space manufacturing, right now, not from see the entire Airbus and Boeing, if they were to make it themselves, they would not have made this much volumes. Definitely, I'm telling you. Without other countries' participation, they would not have made to this much volumes at all. So if you want to have volume business, we need to go out. We need to grab the international market, definitely. So even PSLV, we have very clearly told, if you are able to make it industry, you can have for launches outside the country also. We can allow them to go outside the country also. You can market for launches. You can come and launch it from Sriharikota. That is the ultimate aim. If you say that it's not going to happen, definitely then you should not have we should not have actually given this much of credit to Vikram Sarabhai, who dreamt of all these things to happen 40 years back. So we are drawing inspiration from that dream. So we are here in a much better platform to make it happen, definitely. And we need to see that is happening also. These are the two vows we have to take, actually. And of course, you all know that a doctor will not operate his father or mother or his brother. Am I sure? Even though he's an expert doctor, he won't operate because he will give to other doctors. So we have given the marketing to a businessman today, you see. We have given the marketing to a businessman today. Business of business is doing business, nothing else. Business is a noun, business is a verb here. The business of business is doing business, and he knows much of doing business. He will not be worried about the intricacies of the failure rate or anything, because if you are a technocrat, you will be thinking about the failure scenario also. For him, the failure scenario doesn't exist because he is only seeing the opportunity. The threat and other things are not seen by a businessman because he need to see that things are done in a much better framework of mind. So actually, it is in safe hands right now. So 440 billion, if you want to take it, 10 to 20, so 30, 34, 10% of that 40 to 50 billion dollars, 15%, at least 15 to 60, 20 billion dollars should come from manufacturing sector. We are talking about manufacturing here. And definitely intangible benefits, what is coming out of these things are a lot of opportunities for job opportunities, a lot of things, a lot of technology spin-off. So many things are going to happen, which is intangible. Tangible in itself, it's too much actually. And of course, you are all aware that if this need to happen, we need to have a collaboration effort. And I am also voting an Indian, like what CIA is having a defense space association where I participated in a couple of meetings last week with Soundarya are inviting for me some of the special speeches. I also moved here Indian Space Industry Association. I am mooting a Indian Space Industry Association here with a lot of collaboration from electronics, chemical, mechanical, whichever discipline we are working, not in manufacturing alone. Same is there only for manufacturing, for mechanical components. But I would like to see that the industry ISIA or something of that sort coming out as a branch of CIA here to discuss and collaborate each other of space. What is their problems to come to the same platform, discuss and make policies so that now InSpace is in place. InSpace is one. If you see, it's a for me, it is a marketing as well as facilitator. They are marketing actually. They are marketing and initially is executing. And ISRO is doing the research. The three roles are very spelled out here, of course. And the transition or big clarity lack, what you are seeing outside ISRO is not there inside ISRO right now, because we are all very clear what we are doing. It may take some little more time for you to understand exactly how it is evolving. We are also not so clear when you start anything right now, because we can have only wishes and minds and policies right now in hand. Of course, how to execute it with all your opinion and all your stakeholders' viewpoints coming in place when we are starting executing all these things. All of you will be taken care of. All your viewpoints will be taken care of. Definitely, it will be a smooth transition, of course, and the change management is inevitable. It is part of the game. If you want to be alive, relevant in this space era in the years to come in future, definitely we need to be a global partner. We need to be a global stakeholder of some of the business share in that global scenario, and that way only we can fund and revenue, and we should not be having any revenue crunch for any kind of research activities of ISRO. And of course, you are all aware that Gaganyaan project is one of the big budget project we have got right now. And if you see that the years to come, the interplanetary missions and other things are going to be more costly missions, and definitely a country like India cannot afford to have all these kind of things. Definitely, we need to have revenue coming from outside also for all these activities. As part of the revenue has to be generated by ourselves through all these kind of activities. We need to collaborate and sustain ourselves. It's a kind of hand-holding each other, not ISRO hand-holding anymore now. So you are also hand-holding ISRO to see that we are also now a partner of you. It's a mutual hand-holding which is going to happen together. Industries are going to get more strengthened now with this. I am telling that you are not getting weakened as you are. Any apprehension definitely is part of this change process. I think it is out of place. With this kind of closing remarks, and we have a target right now in hand. What is the global share? What need to get in another couple of years or 10 years from right now? With a businessman, astute businessman in place right now for doing the business, definitely we are in safe hands, and he'll be demanding us. He'll be getting the market knowledge also. He'll be getting the kind of futuristic forecast also from outside. And what direction we ISRO need to move to grab this opportunity right now also will be very clear right now with the businessman in place. ISRO will be doing the R&D and still be executing it. things are well planned, roads are well planned right now, and we are ready to take off as like you, and you are also, I think you are also hopefully ready to take off as Dheeraj has very clearly spelled out. We are also ready. I think we are all ready now, and I think we can conclude that India can be the hub for space manufacturing in future, definitely. Thank you all.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Venkatakrishnan, and thank you so much, all our panelists. Before I officially close this session, may I please request you all to smile for your camera and allow us to take a group picture, please?
Already everybody in smiles only, don't worry.
Thank you so much. And my sincere thank you to all the dignitaries for taking out time and joining us today and sharing your valuable insights with us. I would also like to thank AWS, MESAT, SES, Airborne, Astra, Microwave, AsiaSat, LMW, Larsen & Toubro, Anfla Design Technologies, Bharat Forge, MapMy India, and other sponsors to support the conference. With this, we come to the end of the conference. I would urge the participants to kindly visit the virtual exhibition if not already done. The exhibition would stay live till 20 days. Have a wonderful evening, one and all. Thank you and stay safe.
Thank you all. Please
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Venkatakrishnan.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Venkatakrishnan.
Yeah,
Thank you. Thank you all.
Nice meeting all of you.
Yeah, thank you.
Even though virtually.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr.
Goodbye.
Venkatakrishnan. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Reddy. Thank you, Mr. Segret.